Hello.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Brewhouse commentary stream of the top 8 for GP Atlanta. Thank you for everyone who's here already, and I hope to see more people come in as our stream goes in for top 8. If you're watching the US stream as well, it looks like they're just getting set up for top 8 now, so as soon as they're up, we'll switch over. We're going to do a top 8 breakdown. I've got Brian here with me, and we're going to go over each of
Hello.
the matches as we see fit today. We're also going to have our gacha logs coming up. We have some nice and quick gacha log pictures done by our techie, James. He's going to throw them up as we're talking about the deck lists. So our first one we're going to start with is the 1v8, the Ryan Miles versus Nicholas Heel, Lumia Hook versus Feasting. So the matchup here is pretty simple. We saw Ryan Miles go against Alex Blandon on stream earlier to yesterday, and really the matchup boils down to a few simple points. The Lumia Hook deck looks at attacking the mana and gaining incremental advantage slowly throughout the game, while that doesn't really tempo out well against Feasting. So what the matchup really comes down to is how well can the Lumia Hook deck answer each of the flyers, and how well can the Feasting deck produce those flyers. We're looking at the list here, and there's a few important cards. Slayer of the Overlord Prisia, who shifts into Possessor Princess of Love Valentina. That's a very easy way and effective way to kill Gwyn, and they can even get it out of their deck with the butterflies. Now, the other thing it does is it can shift into Princess Possessor, which allows it to steal an opposing creature, which is very important. It can steal a Titania or a Gwibber. But also, if you look at the top 8 list for Nick, he is teching Tritons in the main. Triton can be a great answer to a shift creature. He's also got 2 Titanias as well, so that can definitely help. But I like the 1 tech options in Sprint and Alice's Little Decoy. Now, Alice's Little Decoy allows him to have another Apollo-type effect that can avoid Princess Possessor. And the Sprint allows him to go wide and break the mirror. Won't do much in this matchup, but it definitely can help. Brian, what do you think about some of the tech options out of Ryan's list, like the Glorious and the Bedivere? How will those help in the match?
I mean, obviously, Bedivere is, the end-all, be-all to his very big threats. And that'll probably be a deciding factor in the match. If he to get off the flickers on the Bedivere, that could really change things. I also think I've never seen rapid growth in a Lumia list, which is kind of interesting.
I think the Rapid Growth is meant to combo with Slayer to kill larger threats, like
Mm-hmm.
it can kill an Adam Brawley if you Rapid Growth it, and it won't die.
And a double
So that
rapid
may
growth.
also matter.
And double rapid growth even kills a Gwibber at a 12.
That is true. So those might actually come in handy. What do you think of only teching 2 seals in this matchup? How important do you think countering the dragons will be for the list that doesn't really have any other answers?
I mean, normally I would say having only 2 seals would not be as good. However, he does have 4 butterfly in the main, which gives him other ways to pull out answers. So I'm not sure.
All right, and the last thing I like to look at here for the Lumia player is 3 Bear Magic and 3 Bows. We all know that Bear Magic is one of the best ways to answer a Gwibber. Do you think 3 and 3 is going to be enough to consistently see it and consistently have it to stop the, I believe, 6 flying threats out of Nick's deck?
I mean, it all comes down to just draws, but 3 and 3 isn't bad, especially considering he has the rapid growth package. He has Prisia, and he can even flash in Glorious. He has a lot of ways that he could use Better Magic to get rid of threats, even if he doesn't have Bow. I think Bear Magic definitely the more important one you want to see. I'm also interested in the Glepnir and the Feasting deck. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, so let's look at the Feasting deck's tech choices. So they went with a Glepner as one of their Regalia choices here. Um, Also, by my count, they're a little low on Regalia, only at 6 Regalia in the main. Nope, they have
Wow.
4 Apollos. I
Oh
scratched
no.
that. They do
Cool.
have 9. So
Yep.
they've got 1 Horn, 1 Lave, 1 Glepner, 2 Deathsites, and 4 Apollo. So talking about that 1 Glepner, how do you think that's going to be in this matchup, forcing creatures on the opposing field to block?
Well, I mean that's another. I mean, there's always that is always the problem with feasting. I would say is the biggest issue is that there's no way to targeted remove things, and I Glepnir actually would be a good way to remove something, and that's interesting. I am kind of curious that with maining Tritons, I feel like you'd want more than one Levitine, but
Well, also the Tritons can sack to Brawly, so that's
this
5
is
ways
true.
in the main to sack something.
This is
So you
true,
can
actually.
steal. Um, it's a good way to get rid of some threats in the opposing. How do you think an interaction, something like Triton stealing a flipped Prisia, will affect the game?
Hmm. That is actually, yeah, that's a. I mean, if Triton can take take that flip Prisia and he could super capitalize off of that, I mean, it also would depend on what Ryan's field would look like, but I mean, there could be some very powerful plays made off of that.
All right, so we're going to switch over to Tyler Wilson and Ken Tober's deck list real quick because it looks like they're actually starting on stream a little bit earlier than normal. So we're going to switch over to Tyler Wilson and Ken Tober's deck list and talk about that matchup real quick. And we'll come back to the rest of the top 8 breakdown when we get a chance at the end of their match. So Tyler Wilson, I believe, is our sole Val 3 player coming into the top 8. Um, while Ken Tober is on, let's see. Yes, Ken is on Feasting. So, how do we think about this matchup?
I I'm not quite sure how the Valentina player is going to answer feasting. I don't think the deck is packaged out super well in dealing with it. Um, we
I would,
saw on stream yesterday that a Val 3 going into feasting, and it didn't end up
I,
going very
I
well.
definitely agree. I mean, the Abdul to shut down Adam Brawley is nice, and Shades can kill Guinevere, but I don't think the deck has a threat that can actually win. I don't. Charlotte, I think, will just get chumped block for days against the Feasting
Hmm.
deck, producing tokens. Um, so I just don't see how the Valentina deck actually gets through and hits the Feasting player. I mean, they're going to have to use removal to kill tokens that are blocking Charlotte. Um, so that's a thing that's honestly a little sketchy in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right, so
Is
they're about to do draw for turns. So we're going to have our techie switch over to their stream right now. We'll get back to our top 8 analysis after we're done with this match, but it looks like they're just drawing hands. So we're going to hop on over now. All right, so it looks like Tyler Wilson mulliganed 4, while Ken Tober mulled 2. Um, so we will definitely be watching mostly what goes on with how Tyler Wilson attempts to handle powerful things. So turn 1 out of Ken Tober is the powerful Guinevere Regalia into Ruler's Memoria, making a token. That's going to produce a lot of card advantage as the game goes on. And Tyler Wilson answers back by energizing out a Shade. So we're going to see if he can get this Gwyn down, and he's going to pop that Shade immediately after Gwynning the token to kill that Guinevere. That is super important. They are playing very fast. All right, looks like they're finally slowing down a little now that the first few turns are done. All right, looks like they're just going to go Rook Egg, Guinevere, and produce a token and pass. Again, a second Guinevere here is super important. The discard looked like it was Bear Magic, which isn't going to be very helpful in this match. All right, it's going to get followed up by a Scorn, which is going to kill the Elf token. This may force the Gwyn on the Elf token, but he also may want to keep it up in case a targeted removal hits something else. Alright. So the discard hits another Guinevere. So it looks like Kentober is just stacked on Guineveres here. 2 are now in the grave. So now, if Tyler can answer these Guineveres effectively, we may be able to see a longer game where Ken cannot produce enough threats. Our stream is about 30 seconds to 40 seconds behind. Hopefully that syncs up well with our audio. If it doesn't, just tell us in the stream and we'll try and slow down commentary a little, but we try and keep up as much as possible ahead of those matches. It looks like Tyler Wilson here is thinking on the draw about what he wants to do before the Gwyn discard. Oh, no, we were shuffling. All right. I didn't get to see the search there. I believe Kentober's list is not playing. Let me see if we can pull up Kentober's list for you real quick to see what he's playing for possible search targets. We're gonna give a shout. I'm gonna give a shout out to the TCG US player, Alex Days Estevez. He gacha logged all the deck lists for us and put them up on the US page. So super grateful for that. All right, it looks like we're doing Apollo, Rook Egg to produce token with double Ruler's Memoria still up. That could be very important for him. All right, it looks like Kentober can fetch 1 Earther, 4 Rook Eggs, 4 Gwyns, and 1 Drag there. So those are the options of what he fetched. I do not know what he actually got off it. And it looks like he's going to Brawly the token and the Rook Egg here. I also did not get to see, I believe he searched Rook Egg there. I'm not 100% positive, unfortunately. He did search Rook Egg, yes. Okay. He's going to produce red and play that, and he's going to immediately Gwyn that Rook Egg. Unfortunately, his graveyard has gone a little off screen, so we cannot see what he's discarding anymore.
What up, guys?
Hello.
Hello.
It's Ryan.
We're just going over the matches now. Looks like he's going to produce a Drag now. And a Gwibber. Now, that's a powerful turn 3 that Wilson is going to have to find a way to answer immediately.
Oh, is this the Val 3 deck?
Yes, this is Val 3, Tyler Wilson piloting Val 3 versus Kentober on Feasting.
Honestly, if Steven doesn't take today, I hope this Val 3 deck does.
I don't think this Val 3 deck gets out. I'm going to shoot the general chat all the updated gacha log lists. If you want to look at them, Ryan, so you have a better idea of what the decks are packing.
Okay. I'm just now connecting.
Right, it looks like we're gonna do plotting of Water and Darkness,
Yes.
killing a Gwibber and giving -3 to a Drag, and he's going to Apollo that back. That is an effective kill spell to do here, but only answering one of these dragons I don't think is going to change many things. All right, looks like we're going to get in for some damage here. Looks like Kentober is just trying to think on what he wants his plays to be. We know he's got Gwibber in hand.
Are you watching stuff?
Yes.
So weird.
Sorry. I'm on.
All right, he's going to Bear Magic his own Adam Brawly to produce a token to get a 3-mana Gwibber. That is interesting. It definitely continues to put the threats on the table that Tyler Wilson has to answer. And I feel like answering... Yes, if he can hit a board wipe, that would definitely be okay. Is he playing the 1 board wipe?
I don't know.
Let me check.
Going up against
it does not look like he is playing a single board wipe in his main or in his side.
Wow.
What?
I think his best bet here is to attempt to stall to 6 mana and try and get a chain going on Alhamet's Black Lightning. But I think the threats are going to keep coming out of Kentober here. It looks like he's going to Plotting Water and Darkness the Drag, shrinking the Gwibber. And he's going to Gwyn the Drag to gain a lot larger of an advantage. Tyler Wilson has to find a way to answer this Guinevere, or Kentober's just going to run away with card advantage here.
I don't think this Valentina can put out enough active threats to really put much pressure on Ken. So he's just going to continue to build up more advantage while Tyler doesn't do much of anything.
That's very, very true. All right, looks like we're just packing in for a bunch of damage here. Then we're going to cast a Brawly, sacking a Scout and a Token. So we're going to get even more advantage going on here. I just feel like Tyler Wilson is starting to run low on cards in hand and just being buried by these draws out of Kentober here. And another Gwibber hits the board. I think Tyler's just slowly falling out here.
With no board wipe,
we may just see a concession here. Because any threat plus a Gwyn pump will be lethal. So that means both of those any 2 of those Adam Brawleys hitting, any of those 3 Gwibbers hitting would be lethal. Looks like he's going to stay in it for a little bit, but that
you never
isn't going to...
You never concede game 1 unless you are playing against the control deck and you know you've lost.
I would say that because getting information is important, but deck lists are public here. So there isn't any extra information you're going to be given. And I think Tyler Wilson needs to concede to save time because his deck is not winning fast. If he were to get more information out of Kentober's list, I would say it. But since they have public deck lists, I don't think it really matters.
Right.
What? Oh.
Looks like he's going to get in with Adam Brawley. Another plotting. He's going to kill the Brawley, shrink another Gwibber. This may have just been a really, really clunky draw coming out of Tyler Wilson here with triple plotting. That's not the best thing in the world when you're trying to stop them. I think things like Lapis Darkstorm, Scorns, and Unseen Pressure is really what he wanted to see, not triple plotting.
Yeah, it just he wasn't able to answer the second Guinevere, and it's spiraled out of control from there.
Yeah, he needed to see more things like more of his shades, even his Obduals, his space-time anomalies, Scorns. That's the kind of things he needed to be seeing, not triple plotting. I think at this point, Kentober is just attempting to waste time on the clock, knowing full well that Tyler Wilson's deck cannot win fast. Or he's just trying to 100% make sure he doesn't get blown out by something. I don't think there's anything in Valentina 2 that's actually going to help him here. All right, another Brawley's going to come in, putting him down to 600 life. And the Gwibber's going to come in, and he's going to scoop. All right, so it looks like we're going on to a game 2. Kentober up over Tyler Wilson. All right, so let's look at some of these sideboard options. So the Dark Alice, the Val 3 called Stop Mainboarding Dark Alice is siding Dark Alice, double Schrodinger, another Unseen Pressure, 2 Encounters with Cthulhu, another Black Moonbeam, double Shackles, 3 Harez, another Prison, and 2 Ancient Knowledge. What do you think the Val 3 deck is going to be bringing in here?
Well, I mean, it's probably its biggest issue is trying to keep up with the draw power of feasting. So you could see the Ancient Knowledge come in.
I think Ancient Knowledge is a little slow. I think you're more likely to see Unseen Pressure and Encounter with Cthulhu coming in here.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think the Encounter with
definitely.
Cthulhu can catch some creatures, and the +1/+1 counter going on to like a token or a Tama or a Scout doesn't really matter. And you're definitely going to see the Unseen Pressure come in here.
Of course. Unsane's probably the card you want to be seeing the most against
Yeah,
early game at
I
least.
think we're going to see him taking out the Black Moonbeam and probably the Magic Rebounds.
I would say so too.
All right, then going over to going over to Kentober. Kentober has triple Tama, Castling, and Hook, 2 of each, Flame Trap, Shackles, Tsukuyomi Noble, double Gale Force, a Blasting Waves, and another Bear Magic. So what do we think he brings in here? I think he definitely brings in the Castling Hook.
Definitely.
And I definitely see the Gale Force coming in. I think in this case, since he didn't see Abdul that entire game, I think he goes down the Bear Magics here. And he definitely goes down the Triton. So I think he brings in Castling Hook for the Tritons and Bear Magics. I don't think the Noble is going to come in. Noble doesn't really shut down anything out of the Val 3 deck. and the Val 3 player can't bring in nobles because he's only blue-black. Is there an argument to bring in the Tamas to fight the card advantage war here? He can definitely go down something like another Earther, a Flame Trap, and bring in some number of Tamas, possibly. Stream thinks Tama comes in when he's on the draw. What do we think about that? I can definitely see it because you have the coin.
Yeah.
Because you have the coin, I think I can see it. It can allow a faster Gwibber coming down, which allows a faster castling hook. So I can definitely see it coming in.
Definitely.
I think he's going to go down the Earther, the Tritons, the Bear Magics, and the Flame Trap, definitely. I think he's going to regret taking out all that removal if an Obdual lands, but that'll be for a game 3.
I cannot tell. What is that? What is that card?
All right, looks like they're starting up.
Oh.
So the Val 3 player leads off on Bow into blue-black Shitbrick. Trying to get confirmation on which one that is, so I will look at that right now. I believe that is the black one that nets you. I believe that is the blue one that nets you black. All right. Then it looks like Ken Tober is going to lead off on the classic Gwyn into Regalia into Guinevere. Yes, it is. It is the blue that taps for black with a magic counter. All right, that was a very good turn 1 out of Tyler Wilson. Getting both the token and the Guinevere before the effect can go off was huge here.
Definitely.
All right. Looks like we're going to go Rook Egg, Regalia, Token Trigger. We may see... All right, no. It looks like that's going to resolve and an add-on Brawly is going to come down. Because Ken did it in that order, there is never a chance to respond while the token is on the field. That is why he did not respond with I believe, the space-time anomaly that he has in hand. All right. Looks like we're just resolving the search from Ken Tober.
Hey, do you still not have a shirt on? Oh, okay.
Looks like they're searching Rook Egg. That may mean he has a backup Guinevere already in hand.
No, thank you. Actually, I'll pass on the egg. I'll probably get a biscuit.
Is this engraving?
Yes, you can respond to the token trigger by space timing the egg, but the token won't be on the battlefield at that point. All right, the Rook Egg's going to come down, and then a Guinevere is also going to come down right after. That's going to get the space-time anomaly to kill the Gwyn and the Rook Egg. We are trying to figure out what's going on with it. All right, it looks like we got that fixed. All right. So, sorry, Discord that we use for our commentaries being a little weird. Just to catch up, it looks like we got another Guinevere resolving with a promo Horn of the Sacred Beasts, and a Rook Egg came down as well. And it looks like we're going to get a double tap on those creatures to play a Titania here. Another one of these 12/12 flying threats for really cheap. Let's see if Tyler Wilson has yet again another answer. All right, so does not appear, but he resolved an Abdul. So now that means all of his brawlies are shut off. That could be very important going further into here. We do not know how much removal Ken Tober removed from his deck, so we will definitely have to see how much work this Abdul puts in here. It does not stop any of the dragons, but it definitely stops one of the better cards in Adam Brawley from doing anything. An attack for 6 gets through, putting him down to 26. And it looks like a space time is going to go after the Guinevere, killing the token. On the end step here. I believe that is almost all of the Guinevere's down for Ken Tober in the graveyard, and almost none of them netting any advantage. That is very, very important. And these space times are actually netting Tyler Wilson a lot of advantage here. It appears Tyler still has 5 cards in hand. Yes, right around, I believe, 5 cards in hand. We do not know how many cards are in Ken Tober's. 6 cards in hand. There's the Alhamat's Dark Lightning, and that's going to kill the Rook Egg as well. It looks like the Valentina 3 player might actually be locking this game down pretty well. The difference when they have answers to the Guinevere is huge. All right. The Rook Egg search is going to go off and search a Rook Egg, which is going to be at least a little bit more gas for Ken Tober. The Abdul's going to get into the red zone and swing in for 6. And it looks like we're just going to see that and pass. So the life totals are going to be 26 to 34 going into Ken Tober's turn. Ken Tober really needs a turn where he gained a lot of advantage, producing multiple flying threats or resolving a Guinevere without it dying. But it looks like that's not going to happen anytime soon. Tyler Wilson's hand looks stacked with removal. It looks like I can see some unseen pressures.
I see a bear
some
magic.
bear magics.
Yep.
I do not think a Guinevere is long for this world when it hits, and neither is a dragon or Titania. Now it comes down to how fast can Tyler Wilson close the game out before Ken can actually resolve his threats. The only threat in Tyler Wilson's deck, we believe, is the Charlotte, which requires him to spend resources to kill the blockers that Ken is going to be producing. But in a Valentina deck, that's not that hard when you can 2-for-1 your opponent. It looks like Ken is just thinking out what he wants to do here. I do not know I do not know if he has moved into combat yet or not. The question here is does he attempt to remove this Abdul by attacking into it with the Adam Brawley, which will trade with a bow charge, possibly. Or it may just get shrunk by a spell.
Mhm. I mean, we know he has bear magic in hand, so
Looks like he's going to use a bow charge and bear magic, so that's going to kill it.
yep.
Kentober is going to follow up with Judgment on Feasting. That is interesting. He
Wow.
must be running really low on gas. And that's going to meet Space Time on the draw. And then he's going to recover. And it's not a May trigger, so he has to shrink his own Abdul. And he's going to probably follow it up with second Space Time just to kill this Feasting. Yep, Space Time coming out from the grave, killing Feasting. Ken is in a horrible spot this game. Yes, Arc Xeno, Ken is definitely being put into a corner here. All right, it looks like a promo Hera is coming down. I didn't think Hera's would come in this matchup, but I guess it does count as a semi-removal since Apollo dodges removals.
And it gives draw. So
Well, most of the time, the problem is that almost all of the regalia out of Kentober have banish triggers,
have
except for Death
banished
Sight, and they're
triggers.
okay with Death Sight being engraved.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just going to horn here 100% to avoid the draw. I'm just shocked they came in. I wonder what else came out of Tyler and Wilson's list to bring in room for Hera. That's an interesting choice. I feel like any of the removal he may have gone down Lapis Darkstorm because of how bad it is if you can't answer Guinevere. All right, it looks like it's going to go Lave into Callstone. And that Lave's a little late here, but that's beside the point.
I suppose it does give him another body to hit Ken with.
Yeah, it looks like Rook Egg triggering token. The thing is that Brawly is now just such an anorexic card for the deck. And that's Ken seems to be drawing dead to so many different cards right now that I don't see how he gets out of this situation. But at the same time, I don't see how Tyler Wilson can actually. Yeah, see, there's going to be an anemic Brawly trigger just to get the search on Egg. It looks like Ken brought out almost all of his removal that could possibly kill this Abdul. Otherwise, he'd be searching Earther here. Ken is definitely hard shot into a corner. The Drake's gonna come down here, but I think that's not gonna stay for long. That Drake isn't gonna even make contact because of that bear magic in the graveyard. Ooh.
Huh.
It looks like we're gonna have Bear Unseen Pressure killing the Drag on the draw. How do you feel about that play instead of just waiting for the Drake to attack and killing it with bow instead? It feels like wasting another card to kill that Drake is a little bit worse than just taking the possibility of the hit. All right, it looks like he's going to get in the red zone with Hera because he doesn't want to trade that out on Brawley. He's going to get in the red zone with Abdul. All right, now he is ahead in life total. That is very important for the possibility of a stall coming out here. All right. The feasting player needs to pull something out here. He does have access to his entire deck again. The Brawly is going to go after the Abdul final. And that's going to meet a plotting of water and darkness. And that's the concession.
Wow.
See, I feel like the concession there is a little premature.
Definitely.
I feel like Ken Tober can definitely force Tyler to stall the game out and not give him the win. Because now Ken Tober is in a position where he's forced to actually try and win here, or at least get the life totals lower, which is completely possible for him to do in the 16 minutes. Now, how do we feel like he re-sideboards? He's going to be on the play. Do you think things like Triton, Bear Magic, and Earther come back in here?
I think they definitely should, because if he was locked out of the game by Abdul that hard, I mean, you need ways to remove these threats, and I know he cited them out because of the lack of threats in game one, but not having access to any answer if it does come down is pretty tough.
That's very, very true. But do you think that match was more won in the interaction that Tyler Wilson had with the Guinevere's than it was the actual threat? I feel like Ken just kind of stalled out without the ability to draw any cards. Like, I don't think we didn't see him play a single scout, Tama, or resolve a Guinevere for a turn. So I feel like Ken was just super starved on card advantage there. Unlike game one where he just ran away with it.
And that's definitely something that Valentina can do to you, which is why if you are starved like that, you do need ways to get back into it. If like I believe you need some sort of removal for Abdul, because if he starves you of card advantage early and then locks you down in the mid to late game, you pretty much can't do anything. That's what just happened in game two.
We are up to 31 viewers. While they're shuffling up, I'd like to give a few shout outs. I'd like to first give a shout out to the person on the TCG US page that actually did all of our gacha logs for us. He posted them up there about an hour ago. His name is Alex Diaz Estevez. We're using those all day, so thank you for doing those. I'd like to thank James Arteki for getting the stream up and having such a great UI going up for us. We even have a timer. Val 3 does definitely have somewhat an advantage here if they can lock down Guinevere's and keep the card draw from happening. But I feel like if the feasting player like game one can run away with the card advantage engine and forcing Tyler to not get 2-for-1s, it's super hard for Tyler to get back into the game once he's behind. A few other shout outs to Ashley and her lovely art, Ashy New. It's going, us saying Val not having a chance. I mean, Tyler is definitely giving us some hope that Val 3 can run a little bit further into this. I mean, if he knocks out Ken Tober here, that's huge. All right, so it looks like turn one is not a Guinevere this time. Ooh. It looks like we're going token, egg, Brawly straight into search for Gwyn, probably netting red into Guinevere. That is a hyper-aggressive play out of Ken there. I mean, the Apollo does provide some protection for that Guinevere, so that is definitely some insulation. But that is definitely a super aggressive line to be playing there. And there was no response out of Tyler for that. He just passes back after playing a bow and calling stone. He's going to get into the red zone for 6. Yes, Tober is definitely trying to push some early damage and pressure onto Tyler here and forcing him to have the answers immediately. Yes, well, there still is 12 minutes on the clock, so I don't feel like Ken has to push damage that much. He definitely can finish a game in 12 minutes. But it is very true that it is sudden death in top 8.
I think it's
All
more
right.
that Tyler
Looks like
has
we're
a
gonna get
hard
a-
time pushing damage
Looks like
through.
we're gonna get a token. It looks like we're gonna play Scout, Gwyn the Scout, and discard
Gwyn's
Brawly. Nope. It's going to be play a Brawly. So he's going to discard Brawly and then play a second Scout, get token trigger. Limp 3324, sudden death rules enforceable say once you go to time, if both players, whoever has less life, is given the game loss. If you were at equal life, the first player to deal damage to the opponent wins. Actually, no. It's first player to change life total in a positive or negative direction wins. So if you can deal damage or gain life, you win. All right, it looks like we're going to attempt to see a space time on the Guinevere here. And that's going to get an Apollo trigger. Yes, DM073. I was wrong. It is first life chain. So if you can gain life or cause your opponent to lose life, you win. All right, that is a Guinevere down.
Huh.
Lapis Darkstorm here is interesting that it's still in. I'd like to see what Tyler chose to cut in his list to keep in Lapis Darkstorm and bring in all the removal he did. All right, looks like the discard off of that's going to be Apollo. I'm wondering why Kentober attempted to Apollo back the Guinevere before the space-time came down. All right, so it looks like we're just going to pass back to Kentober here after Lapis Darkstorm. I think Kentober is heavily favored here. Tyler is not playing Soul Hunt anywhere in his 55 cards. All right, he's going to get in the red zone hard for 12 here. Yes, okay. He attempted to Apollo so he could reuse it on the opposing turn. I feel like that was really greedy out of Ken. He should have just been happy with the Gwyn being on the field. He's ahead on life totals. Gwyn is one of the few ways that he can stay in this game long. If Tyler can drop a threat here like Charlotte and follow it up with removal and push through even a little bit of damage, we may see Tyler steal the game now with that Gwyn down. I feel like Ken needed to keep that Guinevere. It's not terrible at all, but Tyler now is back in it at least for the possibility of being able to land a threat and push damage. All right, looks like Ken is going to play Apollo. Get in the red zone with Adam Brawley. He is also not playing Stealth. DM073, he is not playing Stealth, no. His win con is Charlotte from LEL. All right, that's going to get a plotting of Water and Darkness coming on to that Adam Brawley, I believe. And he's going to hardcast a Brawley, I think he's just trying to push through this damage here. Lapis Darkstorm's going to come down and get another Apollo, and it's going to discard a Bear Magic. I feel like Tyler is really struggling here to land a threat, though.
Yeah, his deck is very, it's very starved for threats as is. He only has, 6 Resonators main-boarded?
Yeah, he only has the 6 Resonators in the main board. He needs to land a threat immediately to really start putting pressure on Kentober. I mean, he's down to 1900, and we only have 6.5 minutes left on the clock, which means if he cannot push through the damage, he will lose in sudden death. But the Feasting player only has 1 card in hand. This is a very, very interesting match.
If he can land a threat, and Ken only has 1 card in hand with no Guinevere, Tyler definitely could do it.
I believe Tyler still has 4 cards in hand, so a Charlotte coming down now would be a 10-10 after draw. So that's extremely important to know here. That 10-10 quickly can push some damage on, but only 5.5 minutes on the clock. The threat needs to come down this turn, or we're in for probably a Kentober win off a sudden death. Yes, a Charlotte next turn would push him towards winning. But the problem is that still he would need to get in 3 hits. Well, you have to remember, there's only 5 minutes left on the clock. A Charlotte being a 10-10 means 3 hits would be required to put him under a life total where he wins. Ken's going to get the win in sudden death, most likely. And again, this is why I think Tyler Wilson should have scooped game 1 a lot earlier. It would probably given him an extra 5 or 6 minutes in this game, which is very possible that they went to game 3. With decklist being public, you're not getting any extra information by playing extra time, where you can lose the match based on this time. Right, it looks like a Horn's going to come down for the Feasting player. I honestly think they're just a little bit slow playing now. Because he knows that he's probably going to win at this point due to time. Graveyard checks are useless. He's going to Horn the Grave to force Tyler to shuffle, which means, yeah. I think we're at the point where Ken is definitely just stalling the game out. Yeah, here, that's very true. One card in hand, definitely. Slow play is hard to call. The Horn on the opponent there to force them to shuffle is definitely interesting. There was really no strategic play to that. It just wasted about 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, it did make it harder for him. Yeah, like DM said, it puts more cards back into his deck, makes it harder to find the Resonators.
Yeah, that's definitely true as well. Bear on the Brawly there probably isn't going to matter. Passing the turn back, still no threat, though. I think this is, with this clock going down and him needing 3 hits in to get to Kentober, I think this game is definitely going to be on Kentober's side here. For those people that thought Val had a chance, Tyler Wilson put up a much better fight than a lot of the Val 3s we saw earlier, but I think the windows are closed and the door is finally shut on this match. Tyler Wilson not finding a threat on that turn is going to be super difficult. We're going to see an egg come down here, followed by a drag triggering token. That's going to get a plotting of Water and Darkness out of Tyler Wilson. I will update the. I will check on Facebook now to see if we have any other top 8 results. It does not look like we have any updated results from any of the other top 8 matches. Yeah, at this point, I feel like the judgment should have come a lot sooner. That's at least a 10-10 body on the field. He's going to prison the Earther, killing the egg. I don't think any of this really matters. We're going into under a minute now. Another bow is going to come down for Tyler. Yeah, Ken's going to advance, so as soon as we get any other top 8 results, we will definitely be filling you in on that. Yeah, we're about 10 seconds away from going into sudden death. A feasting flip out of Ken Tober when going into sudden death. 50 minutes. That's going to meet space time. Is it 60 minutes in top 8? It's 60 minutes in top 8. Okay, so they have 9 more minutes to try and win this. Yes, the top 2 I know is 90 minutes. We'll have the timer reset for top 2. But if it's 60 minutes, I will tell that for the semifinals. Tyler may still be able to pull it out with 9 more minutes.
Definitely.
He still has to find that resonator, though, and he still has had no indication that he has it, and he doesn't seem to have the inclination to flip his ruler. We're still waiting on any results from the other top 8s. None of them have come in either. Yeah, he really has to flip here, not call stone, which he did. There's Charlotte, though. And she is big. I believe he's got 6 cards in hand. So it now looks like Tyler. Ooh, Hook coming down, though. All Ken has to do is stall, though, and produce blockers over and over and over again. That's going to mean a plotting, so that's down. He finally did find that Charlotte, though. there was no Lunar Lake that was up. He's going to plotting it here. The stones don't really matter. It was the blocker that mattered. He's going to get in with Charlotte. Trying to figure out how that Charlotte wound up in grave there, though. Okay, just a mismovement of the hand. He's down to 3,000. Titania coming down here. I don't think the graveyard check is necessary here. I feel like that's just time wasting. He needs to keep up with the clock here. He's going to Necromancer's Memoria, removing the horn. He needs to find another removal for that Titania immediately, though.
He does have double bow.
That is true, but all right, there's the removal for it. Black Lightning with buyback.
That will probably spell the end if he can continue to Alhama.
Yeah, that is definitely the end of Ken Tober in the top 8. Tyler Wilson with a massive comeback with 4 minutes remaining. That massive comeback, though, from Tyler. Yeah, he can just continue to chain this Alhamat's Black Lightning. That's just going to be brutal, and this Charlotte is going to just pound in for damage every turn. Well, we have our first upset in the top 8. Yeah, rip Ken Tober here. Down to 400, and there's the concession. That was a good way to kick off our top 8.
Very good game.
We have a Val 3 into the top 8. That is going to be interesting, to say the least. All right, so we're going to go back to this. So as soon as we have our updates, we'll try and update this. Well, that was already an upset to our expected bracket. So coming into the semifinals, we now have a Val 3 deck going against possible Lumia Hook or Feasting. What is everyone's view on how that matchup might go? We're going to try and figure out as soon as possible who ended up winning the other top 8 matches. Yeah, it appears like Tyler Wilson's match is actually the first one to end. Stephanie just posted on it. So as soon as the rest of the top 8 results flow in, yes, if you look at our graphic, Steven Weiglet is our top 8 player from Brewhouse. He's got a nice little background graphic going on it there. He is on the spicy white, mono white Lumia deck. we will have him sometime this week on for a deck tech. And there'll definitely be some articles on that deck list that was on stream yesterday. If you go back to our Brewhouse archive for streams, that'll definitely be up there, and that'll be up on YouTube soon as well. All right, so the only one we have is Tyler Wilson. So we're going to go back to talking about some of these other lists here. So we're going to all this is speculation. As you saw, we had Ken Tober winning over Tyler Wilson in 2 games, and that went to a brutal game 3, and Ken Tober lost to Tyler. So we're going to go look at some of these other ones. The next GP for Brewhouse, we're splitting actually. Half of us are going to yes, the name is funny. Half of us are going to Montreal. The ones on the East Coast are going to Montreal. The other half are going to Cali. So we will see some people. So we will be repping at both of them. We're gonna have about 5 at each. But we will definitely be bringing some more 41 card spicy Brewhouse lists to those events.
Always 41. Always.
All right, Ryan Miles has made it through. Ryan Miles beats Nicholas Heel. He will be who Tyler Wilson is playing next round. So what do we think about that matchup? Val 3 versus Lumia Hook. I feel like that matchup is a lot harder for Tyler than this feasting deck was. Like, he has the removal, but once that hook comes down, I mean, if he can keep the hook from coming down until like turn 4 or 5, I feel like Tyler's going to easily be able to recover from there. But if he can't stop that, I don't feel like that's the thing, though. Tyler is only maining 1 unseen pressure.
And he only sides a second. So
Yeah, so in terms of the count of number of unseen pressures he has, it's actually very low. I'm going to actually ask our techie James to throw those up right now. He is running neither Soul Hunts or he's not running Soul Hunts or Unseen Pressures. It's definitely going to be a difficult matchup for him. I do think the one benefit that he has is he's playing triple Obdual. And if we look at Tufford's list, he's got Bear Magic, the counter spells, Slayer being pumped off of or hitting with a Bear Magic, and the Prisia coming off of Moonbeam Butterfly.
Yeah, we're all New York. Taylor and I are New York guys, so we'll be in Montreal. So
we will definitely be in Montreal. So you will see myself and Brian in Montreal, which unfortunately means I won't be doing commentary for everyone who actually said they were enjoying my commentary here. 38 people. Yes, Jia Wujing in there for Ryan Miles is going to be important in the sideboard. He's teching 4 of them. He is bringing the hate hard. All right, we're going to have these deck lists coming up right now so we can compare them. All right, so we're going to start with Tyler the underdog here. Our upset in round 1 is already going on. So we got 3 Obdual, 2 Shades, 3 Charlottes, 4 Bow, 2 Death Scythe, 1 Lave, 1 Unseen, 2 Scorn, 3 Bears, 4 STA, 2 Alhamats Black Lightning, 2 Magic Rebound, 2 Darkstorm, 1 Faded Reunion, 4 Plotting, 3 Prisons, and a Black Moonbeam. So, what are we thinking is the biggest advantage that he has here? I'm thinking the triple prison, triple Obdual is going to be what's going to decide this match. I feel like Ryan's going to have to keep his counter magic up the entire game to answer those, or he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a lot of hook hate. So
yeah, that's a lot of enter hate in general.
Enter hate, yeah.
I think I'm going to give the game 1 advantage to Tyler here, actually. I feel like he's got enough mainboard hate to kill a lot of the small threats that Ryan is packing, and he can answer a lot of the enter abilities that are coming down. Moonbeam Butterfly is definitely going to give some advantage to Ryan. So let's switch over to Ryan then. What do you like about Ryan's list in this matchup?
Ryan. See that is the unfortunate thing that Ryan only has 2 seals. This is the type of match where that's going to be slightly bad for him.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think I like that he has triple bear magic, and I like that he has the one Chrysia. And I feel like
Bear
if
magic,
Tyler gets a little too aggressive, the Glorious could come and help too.
definitely. It does scare me that Ryan only has 5 counter magics in the entire deck. That could, with only 3 walls and 2 seals,
Yeah,
it could be harder to
that is
stop.
definitely true.
But he does have the Prisia to respond
Yeah,
to Abdul's.
he has one Chrysia, but I feel like if the Abdul comes down, I feel like Tyler's going to use the tempo of things like Prison and Discard, keep the early hooks. Then he's going to Abdul in the mid game, and the Abdul's going to shut down all the enters. So outside of Bear Magic, and I don't feel like Prisia is going to live. He's going to have something. He's going to have a Bear Magic or a Space Time Anomaly
I mean,
or just something.
he's packing 4 bows, and bow kills Prisia. I mean,
Yeah, so if that Prisia comes down, he's got 4 bows, 4 Space Time Anomalies, 4 Plotting of Water and Darkness, 3 bears, and 2 shades that he can pop. Yes, Ryan being on the play is the advantage, though. We have to remember Ryan is on the play here as well. Because he is the higher ranked seed, he automatically does get to choose if he wants to play or draw. He will definitely choose to play. All right, let's look at sideboards now. So Zach Tufford in the sideboard has Charlotte, CFC Charlotte Ruler, Bedivere. He's got 1 Fairy of Sacred Visions, 2 Windsecluded Refuge, 4 Zhua Jing, 2 Prisons, a Shackles, and 3 Gale Force. I think the only really thing, I think he's going to bring in the Windsecluded Refuge, and I think he has to bring in the 4 Wu Bing here. Like, he just has to bring in that hate for those chants. Like,
yeah.
I feel like that taxing effect in the post board, being able to butterfly that out, is going to be important. He's got 4 of them. He really does not like this black control matchup. So I feel like post board it gets a little bit better. Let's see what Val can bring in post board. So Val can bring in Zach wins AGP. Oh yeah, Zach Tuffer definitely wins everyone's heart for this AGP. I'm a Brewhouse player, but that list was just, oh my god, that was over the top. I loved it.
That was hilarious.
All right, so sideboard for the Val player. He's got Dark Alice, Double Schrodinger, Unseen, Encounter with Cthulhu, Black Moonbeam, Double Shackles, Triple Hera, another Prison, and 2 Ancient Knowledge. So what do we think goes on here? Definitely Unseen Pressure and definitely Prison, right?
Prison. Yeah, I would say.
Do you think Encounter with Cthulhu comes in on this matchup, considering that the Lumia player isn't really stacking heavily on the board? It basically can kill everything.
Yeah, I would say it would come in. Just
All right. Brewhouse was originally more of a casual team, but thanks to our new team leader, Roger Page, they've come a lot more to the competitive scene. We actually have a large competitive roster. We've got about 14 people on our competitive roster that travel. We're an entire countrywide team. We have myself, Brian, James Scanlon are from New York. We have a bunch of people that are from West Virginia. If you check out the Brewhouse page linked below, we have our roster up. You can check out who's there. We do regular stream content 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Check out the stream with Roger Page. He does competitive. And Tuesday and Thursday, check out our casual corner. Bring your jankiest deck possible. Brewhouse is sponsored by Barcadia. check them out through TCG Player. Their link is also below on Twitch. They still have multiple cases of Vingolf 3. If you are still looking for Vingolf 3, check them out. They also have an extensive single, and they are also your GP Atlanta vendor for today and for yesterday and today. They are running a tournament today since the 1K got canceled for $250 store credit for $20 entry. Check that out too if you are still at Atlanta. I'd also like to thank James. He is our techie on our team. James has set up this stream, done all of our gacha logs. He is absolutely amazing. And art credit for all of our graphics from yesterday and today goes to Ashley. Check out her site below at AshyMew. Great artist. We'll be doing lots of Brewhouse commissions in the future as she is now our official artist. Tell us what we are doing with commentary. Yes, we actually already have one member with a Worlds invite. Jackson placed 4th at GP Collinsville on his Val list. So definitely we will be seeing at Worlds. We have Steven in our top 8 as well. Hoping he can make it with a Worlds invite as well. Haven't heard what happened with him. Gonna check out Force of Will now to see what other top 8s have come in. Doesn't look like Stephanie has reported on any of the other top 8s yet. So as soon as we know, you will know. Stephen Wiglet, he is on White Lumia. He is our Brewhouse member. So we're gonna look at some of the other top 8 matchups now. Yes, Stephen Wiglet is our top 8 member. He is on a spicy mono white Lumia list that is looking to gain heavy advantage off of Soul and card advantage off of the Lumia from Vingolf. It is quite the interesting list. It was on stream yesterday, so check out our archive. That will go up on YouTube later today or tomorrow, depending on when we can get it edited and formatted for it. And you can always check it out here. So we're gonna look at the Steven mirror.
Steven mirror.
Yes, this is a Steven mirror. So on ours is the White Lumia list. So it is looking to gain heavy advantage by playing Soul. So most commonly, he actually prefers to be on the draw because he can energize out a Soul on his first turn, net a mana, and use one of his 8 tap effects to immediately tap that Soul and flicker it. So he goes into turn 2 with 4 mana up, which allows him to gain a turn 2 Gwibber with card advantage. His win cons include Gwibber, Arthur, Steven is a great builder. It's great to have him on Brewhouse. On the other side, we have the Ascended Alcerius that was made popular by another Brewhouse member, Sarah. She piloted a top 8 list. She piloted a Alcerius list to top 8 at Collinsville, and it made it very popular after that.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's even got 41 cards.
Yup, it's even got a 41 card list. This is so much like Brewhouse. We love when we affect the meta. We love to see you guys talking to us and chatting around and loving that we come up with spicy brews that are actually pretty good. I mean, and we love to see you guys on stream. Roger would love to see you on stream, and so would Casual Corner. So let's look at the Alceris list here. The Alceris list is looking to control the game early with the help of the Keepers and Time Gazer Emissary to get your cards removed from the game. And then it's looking to get massive advantage on Alceris' flip, board wiping, and immediately attacking for huge damage. This deck on turn 5 or 6 can output close to 4,000 damage in one swing. So how do I think this matchup goes? Well, I think the issue here is that the card advantage and mana advantage that Stephen W. gets in his White Lumia list just completely crushes the Alceris list. It's really, really hard for the Alceris list to fight through multiple threats like that. And outside of Demon Flame, he really doesn't have an effective answer for the Gwibber. And his blockers don't do much with 8 tap effects in the list. Also, Arthur is very hard for them to get over. And Noble shuts down Time Gazing Emissary, which is extremely important. The fogs that this list also has prevent the 1-turn kill. So out of the sideboard, game 1 is a little bit iffy on who can win it. I would still favor Stephen W. here on his white list. If you're looking to join Brewhouse, message Roger Page. We're always looking for new members. Brewhouse is not like the other teams. We're a community team. We constantly are looking for new members to do content and play around with. We love new ideas all the time. Brewhouse reps hard at all our events. We are such a big team. We're like a little family.
Not so little anymore, but
All right, we're going to look at the sideboard for these. So, Stephen W. has got double Tsukiyomi Noble, double Amaterasu's Foresight, double Escape, double Glorious, double Death Sight, Arthur, Raphael, and Kaguya. So what I think comes in this matchup for the sideboard is definitely Death Sight and 100% the Amaterasu's Foresight. Maybe Magic Sweets as well, because he has a removal-based deck and it can save the Gwibbers. But the Amaterasu's Foresight is really what breaks this match open, because the Alceres deck has to basically blow up God's Art. And the God's Art is Alceres dealing the damage. So, because it is Alceres dealing the damage, Amaterasu's Foresight will prevent that. As for the Alceres deck, I think in the sideboard, you're definitely going to see Flame Trap come in, and you are definitely going to see Crimson Ray, some of the other removal, just looking to 1-for-1 Steven and try and keep up with his card advantage. Something like Flame Trap board wiping with all of Steven's little creatures is really going to set him back. Knocking out Lumias and Souls and whatnot is really going to be important for him. As soon as we get an update on who won that, we'll update you. We're going to switch over to some other lists. And I will constantly be checking the Force of Will page to find out if we have any other updates.
I pretty much got it on refresh every like 10 seconds. So
yeah, it does not look like there's any more updates. As soon as Stephanie updates us, we will totally update you. We're going to switch over to Ronnie Martin versus Alex Blandon real quick. All right, so who do we favor in this match? I think this Val list is really tech to beat the Feasting matchup. It's got triple Unseen Pressure, triple Gale Force in the main.
definitely.
The list is just going to be super brutal to play against for him. I think Gwyn isn't going to survive very often. The dragons are going to be regularly dying, and it's going to ramp really quickly into a flip and look to trade dragons with Valentina and steal them with Death Sight. I think Alex is actually unfavored in this matchup because of that. He doesn't really, besides the one Earther, he can't really answer Val. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that matchup goes. In the sideboard, I do believe it does not get much better for Blandon here. I believe he gets to bring in one more Earther. That can kind of change the matchup a little, but I don't think it's going to change it a lot. As for the Val player has Double Mist, Double Bear, WSR, Black Moonbeam, Barrier, and Gust. I think the Gust may come in here because of the likelihood of Death Scythe being in the Feasting deck, and being able to knock those out in response to an Earther is very important. And I also think the Bear Magics come in because they're a great answer for Gwibber with having 3 bows. As for Blandon, I would think that Blandon in the sideboard gets 1 Bear Magic, 1 Trap, 1 Gust, 3 Seals, 2 Gale Force, 1 Noble, 2 Hooks, 2 Castling, 2 Shackles. 100% Shackles comes in and 100% Noble comes in. Noble shuts down all the Mana Dorks. Gust also comes in, and Shackles. If he can Shackles followed up by Gust or Noble, or get a Noble down early, I think that really heavily favors Alex in the sideboard. The issue being here is that Val can still get underneath all that and runs its own counter magic to try and stop. I would have an argument for the seals coming in here, except for the fact that almost all the time in the Val matchups, if they have seals, their seals are almost always uncounterable because they can search the Apollo, or unchaseable. So they'll always be able to counter your Gust or your Tsukuyomi Noble or your Shackles. Really, if he can get down in early Shackles and follow it up with like a Tsukuyomi Noble or a Gust and some threats, I feel like Alex is really favored in the game 2 and 3. Do we have any updates?
Nothing yet.
We still do not have any updates. All right. So we are going to go on a quick break. We will be back as soon as we have information on any of the other matches. If you have any requests for what you would like to see for the future for commentary, please tell us. If you have any needs for your shopping, please check out our sponsor, Barcadia. They still have Vingolf 3 ready to be shipped anywhere you would like it. Check out our YouTube channel for all of our content that will be coming up in the next few weeks. We're going to start heavily producing content as a team. Check out our artist, Ashy New. She is a godly artist. I would love to get some of her playmats and sleeves and whatnot. She does all of our commissioned art for Brewhouse. A shout out to James Artecki for getting this all set up for us yesterday and today. He has been a great help, and thank you for doing the gacha logs, throwing them up for us and everything, and being here all day with me while I do commentary. And thank you to Brian and the rest of the people I have had on here with stream. Nice not talking to myself all day. And chat, thank you for commenting. Did Vingolf 3 enhance the meta? I believe it did. A lot of decks that weren't as viable are definitely more viable, and there are some very powerful cards in Vingolf 3. If you have not gotten it, I would definitely get your hands on it. I think the Vingolf 3 cards are definitely going to be very powerful to the rest of Lapis Cluster. Well, we haven't seen much of Abdul today. Shade, I think, is a nice removal, especially when Alice Cluster rotates. We're going to need a lot more hate cards, and I feel like Vingolf has given us a lot of that. Triton is a very powerful card.
Definitely.
Shade is a very powerful card. Abdul is a very powerful card. Lumia has been a very powerful card, and so has Soul. Even some of the rulers might start seeing play.
There's one thing I'm curious. I was actually I noticed we did a lot of testing with Siegfried, and we thought the Siegfried was going to be in these feasting lists, but none of these feasting lists have they're all Titania. None of them.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure that was a meta choice to fight the feasting meta. The turn 4 kill coming out of Siegfried is very powerful, but it's not as powerful in the mirror as Titania is. Titania being a 14/14 really matters. It basically makes your add-on Brawlies bigger than the opposing add-on Brawlies, and makes that really important because your add-on Brawlies can now attack freely and trade up with your opposing add-on Brawlies while your Gwibbers stare at each other from across the board because no one is willing to take down their blocker. The minute a Gwibber blocks, that means one of the opposing Gwibbers is getting through. So that's extremely important. Yeah, some of the important cards. The Blazer Aggro list is the other one that we thought we'd see more play, but didn't really see play because of its bad feasting matchup. I think going into the future, that's going to change. The mono green Blazer Aggro is very good, but I do think Vingolf had a positive effect on the meta. And I think a lot of these cards later are going to be very powerful. I mean, we never would have seen Zach Tufford's 20 stone list if it weren't for Vingolf, I believe. All right, so we are going to go on about a 5-10 minute break. We will be back with hopefully updates on your top tables. Brewhouse will be split between the Cali GP and the Montreal GP. The next big GP we will all be going to together is most likely Ohio. Stay tuned, share us around, and get more people on this stream. Let's have this chat going for these next top games. We will be here all day with you. My name is Taylor, and I will see you all in about 10 minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream. We have our top four finally. It is Ryan Miles versus Tyler Wilson and Steve Wiglet versus Alex Blandon. As soon as we know who's actually playing, it looks like it's going to be Tyler Wilson versus Ryan Miles as the stream match. We will throw up their deck lists. We will throw up their deck lists as soon as we can, and we will be talking about that matchup specifically and breaking it down for you guys and figuring out who's going to win. Let's hope Tyler gives us another great game like he just did. Yes, and it looks like that one is what's going to be on stream, Arczino. All right, so it
Hello.
looks like... All right, hello. It looks like we have Ryan versus Tyler as our stream match. So we're going to break down this matchup one more time for you guys and anyone new that's here. Thank you to all 30 of you that are watching, more than we ever get on stream normally. So let's really break down this matchup. Ryan is going to be on the play, so we know that for a fact. So how do we think this matchup is going to go, considering Tyler has 6 main board hate cards to stop that hook? And I don't really see Ryan winning any other way, except for maybe poking to death with the Pristias, but I don't think they live for very long either.
It'll definitely be tough to fight through the hook hate. Especially considering he has less counter magic than most Lumia lists you'd see.
That's very true. All right, just going to update the TCG US post real quick that we are live yet again for the top 4. All right, we're all updated, so everyone's gonna, hopefully we get some more people in here and you guys can actually have some people to chat with. So with Tyler having 6 mainboard hate cards and a lot of mass removal, he's got and some good discard to fight this match. I don't think Ryan's 5 counter magic spells are really going to allow him to force through this hook. He might get 1 hook down, but that hook is immediately going to die. And I don't feel like that's the kind of advantage. And that Charlotte is actually going to be a super difficult threat for him to answer.
Definitely.
All right, so game 1, I think we're awarding the... Even being on the draw, I think we're awarding advantage to Tyler here. I'm just going to go update on Facebook. People are looking for the link to the Team Brewhouse, so... All right, so now let's look at the sideboards for them. What are we thinking gets better for Ryan in the sideboard?
Let me pull up his sideboard. I'm not actually 100% what that is.
All right, so
So he has the the four Shawujing, or however you might say that.
Yeah, the taxing of the chant card.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure those will be the most important thing he'll be bringing in.
I think that's the best way he can land an early hook, because even if you chant stand by the prison, it still has to cost 1 mana when you flip it.
Mm-hmm. I suppose that is another thing that Ryan does have. If Tyler standbys the prisons, he does have bow, and he knows
That is
that
very
that's
true.
And without the stealth package in Tyler's list, he does know that those will be the only cards he'll be catching.
Yes, and deck lists are public for the top 8, so they do know each other's lists. All right. The other thing that I'm really liking that actually I think we might see Ryan bring in is his own prison. The only threat that's coming out of Tyler's list is those Charlottes, and without counter magic, there really isn't a way for Tyler to fight away the prisons coming out of Ryan. So if he can prison those Charlottes, I really think he's got a huge advantage coming into it. All right. But now for Tyler's sideboard, I think we're definitely going to see the Unseen Pressure come in, and definitely both of the Encounter with Cthulhu's.
Mm-hmm.
And more than likely, I think that Prison comes in as well. I think that's the best way he can fight it. And if he is worried about those bows, you may see a Hera or two come in. I wouldn't count on it because that's the only target they have for him, but those are a very important card in this matchup.
Definitely. I mean, Prison is definitely the most important card.
For
Controlling
both
the hooks.
decks.
I mean, stopping the hook and stopping the Charlotte, both decks pretty much have a one solid win con, and Prison stops both of them. So Prisons can
That's
decide
true.
this matchup.
That is very true, definitely. We also might see an aggressive flip out of Tyler. That is quite the possibility of him just aggressively flipping Valentina. There is only Glorious, and that is it. There is one Glorious in the entirety of Ryan Miles' list that actually answers Valentina flipping. So that might be an important thing for Tyler to notice.
I mean, he does have other plays, such as he does have his rapid growth, which will allow something like a Bedivere to target attack, kill Valentina, or even just pumping his hooks with the rapid growth.
I think the issue is all the things we're listing besides Glorious require the combat to kill. And with so much removal in Tyler's list, I don't think he would risk attacking with the Valentina if he didn't have a way to remove a blocker.
Yeah.
All right. Other than that, what are some other things we like? I do like that there is double magic rebound. I think that is going to be a huge way for Tyler to fight through these counter spells. If he can get a magic rebound, I think that's going to be super important.
Again, considering
he can't necessarily play the game slow to play around counters, but he also, I think hard searching for things like magic rebound and prison are going to be very important in this match.
Definitely. And considering he knows that Ryan's cancel package is on the lighter side, like one magic rebound on a seal in this matchup is a lot bigger, considering Ryan only has 2 of them.
That is very true. And Ryan does not have anywhere in his entire list a single Apollo. So all of those seals are going to be chaseable. It's very interesting to not be teching the Apollo, considering he does have seal, and a lot of his ways of winning are with enter abilities.
Definitely.
All right. Other than that, I don't think there's really something that we needed. So we're going to switch over and look at the backup match of Alex Blandon versus Steven. our Brewhouse Steven Wiglet. We're gonna look at that matchup. I think it's a very interesting matchup, being the mono white Lumia against the Feasting player. It's quite the interesting idea, the white Lumia list, and I feel like it does have a lot of stay power against this. Yeah, unfortunately, the gacha logs we have do not have the sideboard on them because they're slightly, they weren't gacha logged on here. The ones on the US page do have the sideboard, so that's why we're trying to talk them out with you guys. So looking at this matchup, I'm really still favoring Steven here because that triple Bedivere in the main is super important. The fact that he has 8 ways to rest his own creatures is super important because that Bedivere coming down, removing a dragon or a Titania, and then instantly being rested and flickered at the end step is going to be a huge tempo swing for Steven to remove 2 dragons before Alex even gets a chance to respond to the Bedivere.
It's definitely a strong play.
Hello. Yes, thank you for coming onto the stream. We love seeing you guys on the stream, and this is why we're doing it. We're up to 47 viewers. Let's break 50. Come on. That's our goal for today. We want to break 50 viewers. Get your friends in to watch. We're doing this live commentary for you guys, and we're loving it. We'll definitely be looking at doing this in the future, too, for you guys if they still can't get sound up on the US page. And maybe we'll just work a deal out with the US that we can do it. All right. What I do like about Alex here is I do think that Alex can fight the card advantage war very well with Guinevere because Steven does not have a way to remove it. He has, in the entire list, 0 ways without target attacking it to kill Guinevere. So Guineveres are just going to get to run completely rampant on this game. The other thing I do like, though, that Steven has is he's got Arla. Arla can definitely, Arla plus Bedivere and Arthur, I think, are going to be huge problems for Alex to answer.
Definitely.
Of
course, Alex does have the flame trap in the main, which kills
he
everything,
does have
but
1 flame trap.
which would kill everything but Arthur and Gwibber. So if he could resolve the flame trap, that would really turn a game around.
Triton is the other one that I actually am looking toward in this match too. I feel like Triton's going to be super important to Alex continuing to win this game. So in the sideboard, let's look at Steven first. So Steven's sideboard is Kaguya the Ruler, 3.0. Choose more Tsukuyomi Nobles, a Raphael, another Arthur, 2 Magic Suites, 2 Interdimensional Escapes, 2 Glorious, 2 Death Scythe, 2 Amaterasu's Foresight. I think what comes in are the Escapes, the Arthurs, and the Foresight. Possibly the Nobles as well, because of how important it is for him to maintain card advantage, and Noble shuts down Gwyn. So that is completely a possibility that comes in. Can you think of any other reason or any cards that would come in or bad cards in the main that might come out?
I probably agree with you on what would be coming in 100% coming out.
Well, the Amaterasu definitely comes out in this match.
Definitely. Amaterasu would.
I think he can shave down on some of the Percivals. And maybe he doesn't bring in the Arthur. Maybe he goes down the Arthur. I mean, Arthur's great and everything, but
it doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, it does force a Gwibber into it, which I suppose could be relevant, but
that is true. I just feel like Bear Magic is actually such a thing that Alex has.
And he has
that he
2
has
of
to
them.
be aware of.
You see that, Taylor? 52.
We hit 52. You guys are absolutely amazing. We broke 50. Thank you all. When would you want to? That's a good question. When would Steven want to switch rulers? That's been a question that I've been trying to figure out too.
Yeah, I never really thought about it either.
I feel like Fox is the matchup where you bring in the other ruler, because Fox cancels the enter abilities of the it cancels the enter ability of the chimeras. I think that's the big reason he's got that there, is for the Fox matchup. All right, so we're gonna take these lists down and we're gonna switch over, and we will bring you commentary like always on our current feature match, which will be Tyler Wilson and Ryan Miles, with Ryan Miles on the play being the higher seed. We're going to do our little shout outs that we've been doing all day. Shout out to James for making this possible. He is our techie. He designed our Lackey update. Look at downloading the Lackey update from the Brewhouse webpage that is linked below. It's got tokens and shift resonators and bug fixed regularly. Thank you to Ashy Mew and our artist Ashley for designing this lovely graphic we have. And our shout out to our sponsor Barcadia. If you are still looking for your Vingolf 3, please check out Barcadia. They still have plenty of cases and they have an extensive singles collection. Check out our YouTube page coming up for all of our content. And please, please, please come in and hang out on the stream with us. We stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday competitive with Roger Page, and Tuesdays and Thursdays is the casual corner. All right, it looks like we're having a small technical issue with the US stream resetting their stream. So as soon as we're back online, we'll be all good. All right, there we are. Oh, no, this looks like it's the old replay stream. It looks like there's a technical issue going on with the Forcible US stream. So as soon as the US stream resumes, we will resume as well. 8 or 7. Yes, he can flip. He runs 4 Apollos that say you can use active abilities and judgment of rulers with their names Kaguya. So yes, he can flip it. And he has 4 Percivals and 4 Lumias that have the possibility of finding
First,
them.
they're sour. Then they're sweet.
Nice. Now only get one lecture.
Do you have any idea what time it is?
Sour Patch Kids. Sour, sweet, gone.
As soon as we get this technical issue figured out, we will have their stream up. It looks like they're shuffling up right now. We apologize for the technical difficulty. The US stream is being a little buggy right now. They're chopping in and out from being live and offline. It looks like they finally got it figured out, so they're standard streaming live now. So as soon as we can get connected back into that, we will be good. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. Thank you, James. You are absolutely amazing. All right, so while they're shuffling up, we're just going to go over a little bit of things. So what we think is that Tyler Wilson, with 6 mainboard hate cards for Hook, is going to have the advantage in game 1. That gets a little bit better for Ryan Miles when he gets to bring in 4 of his own hate cards in Zhu Beijing, which will tax all of Tyler Wilson's effects by 1 extra mana, which is going to be very, very important. It's going to have to immediately be priority kill target, which may give Ryan Miles the opening to resolve a Hook.
Ryan
Let's
also
hope we get another good game.
Ryan also has his own prisons inside for the Charlottes out of Tyler.
All right, we have our correct timer now of 60 minutes. So that will definitely mean we can keep track of time better this time. And we'll have a 90-minute timer updated for finals. Stay with us all day as we will have continuous coverage update for the top 8. All right, it looks like opening hands. Tyler looks like he's got Death Scythe. Trying to see his hand. He has some form of Vingolf card in there because I can see the full art. I cannot see if it's Shade. I believe it is Shade here. So Shady, I believe, is a keepable card here because it even kills Melfi. But he may be choosing to mulligan it. Alright, it looks like he's going to mull 2. And he does choose to keep that Shade. Alright, so the Lumia player is going to go first and call Stone. And their turn 1 play is going to be... They're just adjusting a little bit. Their turn 1 play is going to be Sacred Elf. And there is not a response from Tyler Wilson yet. Let's see if he plays around the Wall of Wind or just goes straight into it with Shade. It looks like the Shade resolves. There is no Wall of Wind out of Ryan Miles. He's immediately on the draw going to pop Shade to kill that Mana Dork. I think that's the proper play there, too. I think he's attacking Mana aggressively.
Definitely.
If he can keep him off of Mana, I think he's 100% going to be able to keep up with him and stop the hook when it comes down. Whether or not he has the effective ability, though, is yet to be seen. The life buffer that Shade gives is also important. I mean, it's 600 life, and it's going to be Tama and Sacred Elf coming down out of Ryan Miles. So what super important cards do you think Ryan Miles is looking for in this game 1? Or is he hoping that Tyler Wilson doesn't have?
I mean, honestly, the cards he would need aren't really. He doesn't have a whole lot of answers in the main. It's like he just has to hope he doesn't see Abdul and hope he doesn't see Prison.
So it looks like it's going to be Space-Time Anomaly targeting the Elf and killing the Tama with the Valentina trigger, and it resolves. This is huge for Wilson. He has put Ryan Miles so far behind right now. I'd really like to know what Ryan Miles kept against Dark Control with no counter spells in hand. And he just passes with 3 mana up.
Mm.
We may be looking at an end step Melfi. Ooh, and I think we're gonna see Lapis Darkstorm. Yup. It's gonna get a Bear Magic, and Miles is gonna choose to discard.
Glorious.
Yeah, I think that's the proper play there too. And he's gonna follow it up with Scorn. I think this is gonna get a seal. Oh nope, he's gonna flash in the Melfi.
And then
He's
catch
gonna
the
get
Prisia.
And he's got Bow in hand. I think getting the Prissy there is important with the Bear Magic going to grave. It means even if he resolves an Obdual, that's very interesting, though. So we know he's got a Bow in hand. Yes, Arxeno, this is definitely a tough game 1 for Ryan. It's a lot of control coming out of Tyler Wilson. It gets a lot better game 2 when he can bring in Zhu Beijing, but without that card, he doesn't have the effective mana to fight through all this. And I'm really shocked at the keep. He doesn't appear to have had Like, he appears to have been banking really hard on these mana dorks, which he knew wouldn't have lived. Like, Tyler Wilson is playing Dark Control here. I don't see what hand you would keep that didn't include some form of counter magic to fight through these removal.
Yeah, you can't bank on. Well, the only thing you can bank on in Dark Control is that they're going to be able to kill your stuff.
Exactly. He's gonna have discard, he's gonna have kill spells, and the Unseen on Melfi here. He is just ripping this board apart. And Abdul comes down.
Wow.
Now, we do have to remember, Ryan has the Bear Magic engraved. He will get one turn to possibly resolve a hook where he can Bear Magic the Abdul and resolve it. But I just see this is brutal right now for Ryan. I mean, he could Bear Magic on the draw here and top deck the hook, and he may be able to get back in, but it does not look like he has the hook. He's going to save that Bear Magic for that exact purpose, though. He's doing a graveyard check. Yes, there's a Bear Magic. What Tyler really needs to find here is his Sorrowful Necromancer's Memoria. Yes, we actually talk. We are doing commentary. We've been doing it all day today, and we did it all day yesterday. We'll be looking at doing it into the future, too. All right, so on the draw, it looks like there's going to be a Bear Magic here. So we may actually have found the hook here. And Wilson is tapped out, but I don't think resolving hook here saves him. Wilson has to have some kind of hard removal. Yeah, we all wanted to see that, but they decided not to. He's going to Butterfly for 6, which means he's going for hook here. We all wanted to see White Lumia, but unfortunately they didn't think that that's what we wanted to see on stream. Okay, so he's going to hook back 2 of the stones. If the White Lumia deck wins, it will definitely be seen on the finals. Let's hope it wins so we can all see it. We would love to have a Brewhouse member in the top 2. Paid world invites are great. All right. So now he's down to 3 mana, but I don't think that helps Ryan here much. Like, that Shade is still going to net him 600 life and turn on Bear Magics and Space-Time Anomalies and basically everything that is in the deck that could possibly help here. He blew his one chance on that hook, and I don't feel like he got the advantage. There's the Space-Time from Grave for a draw. And I think we're just going to see the Shade pop here. He's going to attack with the Abdul to see if he can get the free damage in. And then he's going to attack. Oh, no, he's going to immediately just pop Shade. Okay, so now with the hook gone, Ryan is on 0 cards in hand, I believe. I think this match is basically out of reach. I mean, Tyler's at 4,900 life. He's got another Shade coming down now, too. He's going to be smacking for 12 a turn and locking all of the enter abilities from Ryan Miles out of the game. So there's Bear Magic on the Abdul. All right. So he's going to kill the Prisia with the Shade. But the Abdul is down. So now that at least opens up his enters. That Bear Magic off the top was extremely important.
Definitely.
So I think the question here is whether or not the Abdul dies. The Abdul does die because last known information is still 400. All right, I think we're gonna see. Ooh, and down comes Charlotte. That is going to absolutely be brutal for Ryan now. Ryan has to find a hook and immediately answer that Charlotte. I think game one, like we thought, is definitely going to go to Tyler Wilson here. And that's a concession from Ryan.
Wow.
That is an absolute perfect example of the power that Val deck can put out. Those 2-for-1s that he got off all of that. All right, so we're going to talk about sideboard a little. So let's talk about Ryan Miles first, since he lost. So he'll be on the play again. So, like we said, his sideboard is 1 Charlotte the Ruler, 1 Bedivere, 1 Fairy of Sacred Visions, 2 Windscluded Refuge, 4 Zhu Beijing, 2 Prison, 1 Shackles, and 3 Galeforth. So what do you think's coming in here, Brian?
I mean, definitely Sha Beijing and Prison, I would say. You need to stop. He needs to be like, once those Charlottes come down, he has essentially no way to. As we just saw, he scooped at a Charlotte dropping. I mean, when Charlotte comes down and he has decent hand, like, it's pretty hard for him to kill that. And he also needs to slow down those chants in any way he can to try to keep some board presence up.
Well, I think the unique thing about that game is Tyler Wilson did that without casting many chants that entire game. I mean, Shade was really the MVP there.
It was.
Like, he recurred it. I think he recurred it twice and had a second one in hand. I mean, that Shade just was ripping that board.
It really, the first 2 turns really set the tone. I mean, the fact that Tyler was able to turn 1 and 2 remove everything Ryan put out was very very tough.
I think Ryan not keeping a hand with any counter magics really showed off how bad of an idea that was. Like, I think he's really all in on this rush to hook plan, but I feel like that it's gonna get really shut down if he also can't back it up with counter magic. Like, he needs a hand of mana dorks and counter magic, and that's it.
I disagree with the amount of counter magic he has in the deck. I think there should be more.
I would agree with you. I feel like in the current meta, the counter magic that Lumia needs to resolve these things, Lumia is the control deck of the format. And I feel like he's playing it too much like a combo to really fight through the meta. I mean, he was 7-1 today, so we can't argue too much with him. But I think it's really showing off in this matchup where his weakness is. All right, let's head over to Tyler Wilson's deck. So in the sideboard, he's got Dark Alice, 2 Schrodinger, and Unseen Pressure, 2 Encounters with Cthulhu's, 1 Black Moonbeam, 2 Shackles, 3 Heras, another Prison, and 2 Ancient Knowledge. So here I think the Unseen Pressure comes in, the other Prison, and the 2 Encounters with Cthulhu come in.
I would agree with that.
For what he can trim in the main, I think Alhamoth's Black Lightning is really bad in this kind of matchup, as well as Black Moonbeam and Faded Reunion. I don't feel like any of those are very effective cards right now, so I would feel like he also might be able to trim on some Plotting of Water and Darkness, because it is a 3-mana removal, and he knows that the hate card, the green hate bear, is coming in here.
Yeah.
So that card gets very expensive very fast. I think for game 2, where Ryan needs to go is really just getting some mana dorks down and powering out as many of Zhu Beijing as you absolutely can. You really need to start like double taxing chance. Like, if he has to spend 4 or 5 mana to kill 1 of the Zhu Beijings, you are so far ahead at that point, it's not even funny. I do like the Encounter, though. I think the Encounter can snag a lot of important threats out of Ryan's deck.
Yeah, it's definitely a good play.
And like we said earlier, the extra +1 counter on like a Mana Dork or a Melfi really doesn't matter. It matters a little bit on Melfi because then Melfi doesn't die to Shade. But other than that, the +1 doesn't really matter, especially because of how often Lumia flickers things. All right, so we're going into game 2 here. Ooh, and there was a sideboard switch on Rulers to Charlotte.
Wow.
Looks like he's really... I think he's going a lot slower. His turn 1 play is going to be the elf again. Let's see if he kept counters this time. All right, it looks like it's just going to be... so the blue shipwreck is going to come down here.
That hand.
Ooh,
Oh my
whoa!
lord. Oh
That
my.
is triple. That is triple. Ooh. All right, let's see what kind of response Tyler Wilson can muster to this. At least he knows about it now.
Did you shuffle your deck there, Ryan? Oh my.
Oh, but at least he's not going to get caught off guard by it. All right, so Zhu Beijing #1 comes down here. What are the stats on that card? Do we know?
I believe he's 7-8. I will check
Let me
quickly.
check the database. I've got the database up. That is actually Sha. That is actually Sha Wu Jing, not Zhu Beijing.
So that would mean the other one's 8-7, correct?
Yes, he is. This one is an 8-7.
Okay.
All right, it looks like he was able to space-time kill it since it has 7 defense. Space-time anomaly does kill it with the Valentina trigger. And we're going to go straight into Ryan's turn where he's going to Mana Dork cast a Tama. And I think we're just going to see another Shaw come down here. He's tapping 2 mana.
He plays Melfi.
He plays Melfi, so I wonder what he must be trying to keep up counter magic, maybe? I'm really interested in wanting to know why I guess he doesn't play second Shaw there because then Tyler just untaps and uses the space-time anomaly from Grave to kill the Shaw again. 3 mana. He's going to plotting. He's going to kill the... Ooh, he's going to just rip the mana dorks here. And yet again, no counter from Ryan. What kind of hands is he keeping where he's not keeping counter magic? Oh, there's it. Tyler waited until he tapped out for the Melfi.
Mm.
Ryan is hard in a corner, so we know his hand is double Shaw and 3 randoms. So what is Ryan's play here? Does he just have to run out another Shaw? Yeah, he's just to run another Shaw Wu Jing, which is immediately going to die to space-time anomaly. Unless Ryan has the counter spell now.
Yeah. I think it was actually super brutal to draw 3 of those shout. The fact that one got caught, one got caught off Storm, and then these early game plays where he's...
Yeah, this is the last Shaw that we know that Ryan has, though. So if Tyler can answer this, he is way ahead in this game, I think.
See, I was actually under the impression that the Shaw was 7-8. So him being 8-7 actually makes him a lot weaker against Val, considering space-time still kills him.
Yeah, if he were the 7-8 instead of the 8-7, it would matter so much. He's gonna play an Abdul and pass the turn. That's interesting. I feel like getting rid of that shot is a little bit more important than running. I mean, I guess he is worried about just tap for stone, call, and hook me, but there's bear magic on the draw, so we might be getting hooked anyways here. If this Shaw stays on the field and he gets hooked, I think we're going game 3.
That'll be very brutal.
Ooh, Judge on Charlotte. That's why the bear magic came down, is because it would counter. Does Abdul counter rulers as well, or no?
I don't believe so.
Then what was the bear magic for? He must be digging for a Prisia.
Or another Tama. Even double Tama banish will kill Abdul at 4/4.
That is very true. Doesn't look like he found it though, so that was just a wasted burn on that bear magic. That's really important for Tyler. How do we feel about the switching to Charlotte here though? Like, was that really where he wanted to be?
I mean, it seems like he's at this point where he's just trying to hard lock Tyler out from playing things with the Shah, and then he's going to refill his own hand. So what, he drew 4 cards off of Charlotte?
Yep. I understand where he's coming from. He's looking to play Shaw's and then Hook, because Shaw plus Hook is a huge mana advantage for Ryan then. But it's an odd position to be in for Ryan, because that's looking at getting a lot of cards to resolve and work around, where Tyler needs a lot less of certain cards to win.
It's like Charlotte gives you more cards, but you lose mana off not having Lumia because you lose the flickering ability, which slows down your hooks.
All right. So we're passing over to Tyler now. He's going to unseen a Melfi on the draw, shrink another Melfi. Ryan is going to float a mana in response. And flash in a third Melfi. I feel like Ryan has about 1 turn to find Hook right now, or we're just going to have a hard lock Tyler, and Tyler's just going to keep removing creature after creature. All right, I think we're going to see the From Grave space-time anomaly here, while Ryan is tapped out to kill the Shaw. That's exactly what's going to happen. Looks like we're gonna have a shipwreck activation to Alhamat's Darkness is still in the main. And it's gonna be used to kill Melfi and the Tama. I think Tyler, since he's finally beaten through all of these Shaws, I think he's in a very commanding position right now, where if Hook doesn't come down in like the next turn, even if Hook comes down right now, it only sets him back to 3 stones, which is still plenty of mana to kill that Hook. Gonna chip in for some free damage with Charlotte.
No, he tapped for stone.
Oh, he called stone? No. No, he didn't call stone. He chipped in for damage. Looks like a pass back. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Ooh,
I
Black
think-
Moonbeam.
Because Tyler was still at. Yeah, he called Perseus Memoria, but he didn't.
Oh. Oh, he paid for a chance standby. Yes, that face down card is a prison, and the Perseus Memoria came in tapped.
And that is Moonbeam.
Yep, Moonbeam is going to shrink the. That is Limp. I also thought that was his hand as well, because Ryan likes to leave his hand face down like he was just doing. Draw for turn. I think Ryan may have drawn Hook. Or some kind of enter ability he wants to abuse here. So he's going to burn his bear. So this is kind of how the Lumia player has to play. They have to burn their bear to try and figure out a way to get these enter abilities to go off, but it tells the control player that there is going to be an enter coming, and it allows them to sculpt their turn a little bit better. So here comes the Hook. And the Hook resolves. Okay. He's going to attempt a prison, which is going to meet a seal. So he gets hooked. But I don't think he's that far behind still. Because now he's going to tap. He's still going to be at 5 stones here. I don't think that hook is going to be long. There's Alhamet's Darkness again. That hook
Wow.
is very dead. Another bow. We might see that bow try and go after the chance standbys now. And a pass of the turn. Miles is still in such a hard position here. Like, I feel like Tyler is just commanding this game at every turn right now. Tyler being a good sport and having him move his face down so that we can stop confusing it with his hand. So what can Ryan do here now that he's gone through all 3 Shaws and a hook with only, I believe, 2 cards in hand? What does Ryan do here to even get out of this? Like, Tyler's still sitting on, I think, 3 or 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, it's very tough at this point unless he finds his other bear to really do anything.
Moonbeam Butterfly is Abdul is still active though, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Correct us if we're wrong, stream, but Abdul is still correct active here.
Unless he's butterflying into Prisia?
No, it looks like he butterflied into Hook. And he didn't do it for an enter, he just wanted the threat on board.
Huh.
And I think this is immediately going to get killed by a plotting on the draw. Yep, and there's plotting. Nope, space time. The desperation plays are real. And now he's completely back up on mana. Like, Ryan has just been treading water, and there's the space time from Grave. He's going to shrink the Melfi down to a 4. He's going to graveyard check to make sure there isn't a bear still in Grave.
Hmm.
And there comes the Charlotte, but that's just going to meet the prison. Why? See, Tyler, I think, should have just burned a bow there to resolve that Charlotte. The Charlotte would basically have been the end of the game if it had resolved.
Now, why, with two bows active, why leave that prison there? He knows that's the only card it can be. Considering Charlotte's one of his biggest win cons, why would you just let her be?
He must have something in hand. Either he has another one just in hand and he's trying to bait out a seal as well. I don't know. But if you wanted to bait out the seal, you would have popped the prison to force the seal. We'll just have to see. Let's see. I mean, Tyler's in a very commanding position still. Like,
Definitely.
Ryan only has, I believe, 2 cards in hand. Yeah, more than likely, I believe Tyler just forgot that Bo has the ability to pop the standby there. More than likely, he just forgot the prison was down.
Yeah.
We are almost breaking 60 people watching. This is amazing. And thank you, chat, for actually being active today. All right, so it looks like there's going to a Shade comes down. I think Shade is such an important card in this matchup, actually.
It really is.
This Valentina deck, actually, if this Valentina deck wins, I would not favor Steven to beat it in the finals.
No, it's very. I mean, it answers so many of his threats so easily.
And just a pass back, Ryan Miles is going to draw. What is he? He's got to play a Tama. Prison does not target Charlotte. Prison targets the ability the Resonator. Prison doesn't target, so it's not protected by Barrier, and it targets the ability, not the Resonator, so Barrier doesn't work to stop it. Prison can kill Charlotte, one of the only cards that can. Outside of countering it. Ryan is just so far behind on board in hand. I mean, he's ahead on life totals, but I mean, Shade can quickly change that. Better question, does Shade target the player as well?
Hmm.
Nope, it targets J Resonator. Shade's gonna kill Melfi. We're just gonna see a pass back. So what can Tyler do on his turn now? He's considering a judgment here, I believe. He's got the 3-mana tap like he's going to judge. Oh no, he's gonna tap 4 and Charlotte.
Hmm.
Now, does Ryan have the answer? Because if not, I think we're gonna be spelling a quick game now. Nope, the Charlotte resolves. And he's gonna call his stone. Yes, Charlotte is a very OP card. When in the right shell, it can be brutal. And another Shade comes down. But that is going
Wow.
to be tapped down.
I think that's concession.
There it is. That's the end of that game. Tyler Wilson beats Ryan Miles 2-0.
Very impressive.
That was a very impressive display of what that Valentina deck can do. No word on the other match just yet. As soon as we know, you guys will know. We will try and get information on what the backup match is doing. But more than likely, we will not be able to hear anything until it is over. Yes, that was a very, very impressive display from Tyler, 2-0ing Ryan Miles. I feel like Ryan did it again. He kept these hands that were reliant on cards that were easily killed. We saw what, one seal that entire game?
I believe so. Yeah, one seal on the prison.
It was when the hook was coming down in response to the prison he sealed.
Yep.
I feel like Ryan needed to bank a lot more on counter magic in this matchup than he did. He tried to get off to these super aggressive starts, and Valentina just stomped stuff like that. We broke 60 people on stream. You guys are all amazing. I wonder how many are actually watching. We have almost half the people watching our stream. This is amazing. So we're going to try and get an update on Steven versus Blandon as soon as we can. when we do know, you guys will know. But in regards to that matchup, I still feel like Steven is favored in the feasting matchup because of its ability to play Bedivere and such, and interdimensional escape. Mikage is really good. When it comes to being a control ruler, I think the issue is that Valentina just has a better matchup in general against the entire field. When you look at it as a whole, Valentina has a good Fox matchup, a good Feasting matchup, and a decent Lumia matchup, while Mikage just gets absolutely brutalized by Lumia Hook. But has a great Feasting matchup and a decent Fox matchup. If I were to bring a control deck, I would definitely be bringing Val 3. The only deck that Val 3 I think has an issue with dealing is Valentina. But I feel like Tyler Wilson actively saw that that would not be very popular because of the popularity of Feasting and brought Valentina 3. Dark Control is in an odd position, but we cannot count him out because if Wiglet wins against Blandon as we expect, I would favor Tyler Wilson to win the entire thing. Tyler's matchup against White Lumia is significantly better than I would say Feasting because all of Steven's threats are small, or all of his advantage is small. He has things like Soul and Lumia to gain advantage with. And I feel like Tyler can shut that down very quickly. Whereas Alex's early game involves 12-12 flyers, which is a lot harder to answer. But we saw Tyler absolutely wreck Ken in that game 3. So it's not impossible. And I do feel like Steven can definitely get out ahead of him. If Steven can get out ahead of Tyler 2 or 3 mana and start dropping things like Arla's, and probably his best threat in the entire deck would probably be Arthur, then I would definitely give Steven a chance. Yes, Arthur Pendragon is great, but with Tyler running 3 Bear Magics, I feel like it's still really hard to bank on that. Magic Sweets is definitely going to be a powerful card for Steven to bring in from the sideboard. But you just have to be on the watch out for Bear Magic, like I said. It's quite the interesting card. Tyler's running 3 Bear Magics, and then everything dies once it's a bear. It dies to Shade, it dies to Face Time. If it's on the attack or defense, it dies to Bow.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Amaterasu, I think, is going to be a super, really important threat for Steven to resolve because it gains life, so it makes it harder for Tyler to win, and it recurs itself over and over and over again.
Yeah, definitely.
In the sideboard, I definitely am bringing in second Arthur. Would you keep Lumia or would you bring in Kaguya? I can see the argument for both of them, but I think Lumia's flickering of soul and Lumia are a lot more important for the card advantage fight than anything else.
I definitely think so too. Just the mana and card advantage produced off Lumia is
so we're assuming that Magic Sweets would come in that matchup, and so would Arthur. And I think he goes down all 3 Bedivirs and probably Arla. But I think it's an interesting match, and I would love to see that as the finals. But if we talk about Blandon winning, I think Blandon's deck, out of all of the Fox decks or all of the Feasting decks that have gone up against Wilson, I think Blandon's has the best chance of winning. It techs an Earther in the main, 2 Tritons, 2 Bear Magics. It has a Drag and a Flame Trap. And Flame Trap, well, not super important, could become a card if Tyler ever tries to go a little bit wide.
now Flame Trap doesn't target, right?
It does not. So it would
So
kill a Charlotte if she was under 8.
It kills so it can hit Charlotte without barrier affecting.
obviously, he gets to bring in counter magic in the form of Seal. He gets to bring in Hook and Castling, which I think definitely helps out the match a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely going to be some interesting top 8 matches. And I cannot wait to see what these people pull out. Tyler Wilson is upsetting everything. That first upset against Ken Tober, though, is completely changing the entire bracket.
Definitely.
I'm going to see if I can try and find Aaron's bracket for you guys, and let's see what he predicted.
Aaron did predict Steven to win. However, I believe he also said that if Ryan was to win his first match, that Ryan would have a chance of winning as well. But
all right, so it looks like he said that Nick was going to beat Ryan. So first of all, that was an upset. Ryan beat Nick. I think that matchup was about 50-50 in general. I would have given it more to Nicholas than Ryan, but Ryan definitely brought it out in the end. He also thought Ken Tober was going to win. So the Ryan versus Tyler Wilson was a complete upset matchup in general. And I think it really changes it. I do believe Steven will go all the way. I also agree that Blandon should have won his match. And I believe that Steven definitely should beat Blandon. But as for the finals, I would heavily favor Tyler to win over Steven. There are some threats that Steven can put out. If Tyler doesn't have the answer, can definitely run away with the game. But I feel like Tyler sees too many cards and has too much powerful abilities to answer all the stuff that Steven is doing for Steven to get too far ahead, where dropping like a turn 3 Arthur is going to be game.
Yeah, it's Tyler's. Honestly, he's throwing the whole bracket for a loop because nobody saw him going this far. We sure didn't.
That is completely true.
I was thrown because we watched the Valentina go against Feasting yesterday, and the Feasting player absolutely crushed the Val. So I was very surprised that Tyler beat Ken.
I believe there is only one match because they will play the bronze match at the same time as the top 8. So we will not get to commentary on the bronze. So there will only be one more match. So we're probably going to go on a quick break again. As soon as we have updates, we will definitely update you guys on who won. And we will definitely be doing commentary for the top 8. I'm going to do my shout outs real quick, like I've been doing all day. Thank you to James Artecki for setting up our stream and making it completely possible for us to do this. Check out the Lackey update he designed on our webpage that is linked below. And thank you to Ashley for doing our amazing graphics for the past 2 days. Check out her link below, Ashy New, great artist who will be doing all of our official sponsored art. Check out our sponsor, Barcadia. They still have plenty of Vingolf in stock, so please go check them out if you do not have yours yet, and they have an extensive singles collection. And lastly, please check out our content after ATL will be done. We will be doing lots of content. Wait for myself, James, and Brian to be putting up with Genesis, a format we're looking to get popularized. Check out Monday, Wednesday, Friday streams, competitive with Roger. And check out Casual Corner on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Bring your jankiest deck. Keep looking out on Facebook and keep looking out on our YouTube page. We will always have content. If you're looking for any other information, please message Roger Page. He will answer any of your questions. And if you're interested in the team or anything else we are doing, he will be the one to answer those questions. I'm Taylor, and we're going to go on about a 5 or 10 minute break, and we'll be back for the finals match between Tyler Wilson and either Stephen Wiglet or Alex Blandon. Thank you for watching the Brewhouse stream. Hello, we just got confirmation. Steph posted on the US page. Alex Blandon takes down Steven Wiglet. Flametrap did a lot of work in their match and ended up being the nail in the coffin that put Steven into the bronze match. So, we are going to have Tyler Wilson on Valentina 3 versus Alex Blandon on Feasting. I believe Tyler Wilson is the higher ranked seed, so he will get to be on the play. We're just going to confirm that for everybody. Put you guys in theater mode so I can actually see the chat.
Yeah, I do believe Wilson was 5th seed and Blandon was
Yes.
6th.
Yes. So Tyler Wilson will be on the play. So we will start with his deck breakdown. As soon as those graphics go up, we will definitely have them up for you guys. So first off, it is a Val 3 versus Feasting matchup. Now, Val 3 definitely has her merits in this matchup. She can 2-for-1 just as well as the Feasting player can produce the 2-for-1s. That's one thing that keeps Feasting ahead normally, is that people have to invest cards or mana to kill their creatures. Valentina does it for free. It's even slightly better than I would say Mikage. Although Mikage is just a brutal matchup for Feasting, the Val player only has to invest the cards to kill a set of creatures, while Mikage only gets to kill one at a time. So, we're going to look at specifically how the matchup is done right now for Val 3. Val 3 is I don't think she's decently set up for this. I think she has her merits. If she can keep Gwyn down, you want us to discuss Mikage versus Val Priscia. All right, so Mikage honestly is the worst matchup for Feasting that you could possibly imagine. Not having to spend any cards to produce advantage in the form of blood counters and killing the Feasting tokens, it's very, very powerful. Here's the issue, is that Mikage's got about a 60-40 matchup against Fox, but an absolutely terrible matchup against Lumia. The cards that Mikage is playing normally in the Mikage shell don't match up as well against a lot of the format than, say, Dark Alice or Val 3. Val 3 is probably what I would say the best Dark Control ruler we have right now. The reason being that she has basically about a 60-40 matchup against the entire field if built right. As you saw, Tyler is able to play both the aggressor and the defensive control player at the same time because of how powerful the cards he's playing are. Specifically speaking, I like Shade a lot in this list. I think Shade works very well with Valentina, but not so well with Mikage. A lot of the other spells, Space Time Anomaly is an absolutely brutal matchup. Mostly because Space Time basically kills everything in the format already, adding the extra -2/-2 either allows it to be basically a 3-for-1 in your favor because you draw, or at least a 2-for-1 killing 2 things on your opponent's side of the field. That is why I would say Val is the much better control ruler to come on for any of the tournaments than Mikage, Dark Alice. Even Blazer would be considered a control ruler if you're playing the blue, black, red version. Val 3 is definitely where you want to be. As for this matchup specifically, I think Tyler is a little underprepared with only a few. If he can find his main board ways to kill Guinevere and keep Guinevere down, I think his board is really well set up, though. He has the bear magics to kill all the dragons, Will let's see. Will Charlotte replace the stealth package for control decks? Probably. The stealth package has slowly waned in popularity because of how aggressive the format has become. Paying 2,000 life to win the game is horrible in the current meta.
Awful.
Yeah. You will lose about a quarter of your matchups because you have to kill yourself. It's bad. Charlotte, on the other hand, is a super hard resonator to answer. And outside of the feasting matchup, I think it's a really good card. In the feasting matchup, it requires a lot of work to get to the point where Charlotte's good, but it is still a good card. I do like the stealth package better against feasting, but that's just a personal preference. I think if you can kill enough of their Guineveres and their dragons, the stealth package finishes the game faster, which is really important against feasting. But on a whole, Charlotte is much better in the current meta. She's also the most mana efficient, in my opinion, being a huge threat for only 4 mana and only requiring 3 slots in your deck, while the stealth package requires the same amount of mana, 4, but also puts the constriction of having to side 5 to 8 cards. Do you think White Lumia is new meta deck or is just good because it was unknown? I think the White Lumia deck is actually a deck you can bring to a tournament and win with. Being up 3 to 4 stones in the first 3 turns of the game is such a huge advantage. It's kind of the same idea as why Turbo Hook in the feasting deck was so good back in CFC, was because being 2 or 3 stones ahead on your opponent in the first 2 or 3 turns of the game is basically the nail in the coffin in most matches. And then when you can follow it up with powerful threats like Gwibber and Arthur, it's super powerful. And now since you are playing Lumia as the main, you get access to the Vingolf Lumia, which lets you look 3 cards into your deck, and you can blink that at the end of the turn to look even further into your deck. I think between card selection, mana ramp, and powerful threats, and hate cards, that is another huge thing. It gets Interdimensional Escape, which is such a great hate card. I really do think that it is a good deck you can bring on. I think it's up there with Alceris. It's one of those decks that will probably require a lot of skill to learn to play, and you'll see it as fringe playable at a lot of tournaments, but I think it's definitely up there as tournament playable. Tier 1.5, I would put it as. So, in terms of this matchup, I would favor feasting in the game 1, but I would definitely favor after that, I would definitely favor Val. I think she gets a little bit better in the sideboard. If Val can answer all of the Guineveres that come down on the board and don't allow them to stay for more than like a turn or 2, I think the Val player can stay in it. Their cards are very powerful, and the threats they're bringing to the table are also very good. But I do still think the top end on the feasting deck is a lot higher than the Val deck. But that doesn't mean the Val deck can't crawl and 1-for-1 its way to victory. I think it needs to specifically watch out for Triton and Adam Brawley's. Adam Brawley's is a hard card for control decks to remove. It doesn't die to space time. You have to normally invest an entire removal spell into it. And it's basically a free card for the deck. Is there anything else that chat would like to know? It's nice when you guys talk and you have your questions. It gives us things to talk about that aren't repetitively talking about the top 8 deck lists. Brewhouse will be talking to all of its players. We had a few interesting, spicy lists come. One that a lot of people probably heard about was Light Guardian was played. It did decent. So we will definitely be having that in a metagame breakdown later this week, as well as we will have Steven on his whitelist talking about the metagame breakdown. It appears as though the players have not gotten to the table yet, so we still have a little bit of time. Is there anything chat would like to know? Come on, there are how many of you? There are 43 of you, which will hopefully spike up a little because we've been hitting 60. What do I think of Zach Tuffer's
So-
list? I think it's probably the absolute best thing to ever happen. I was
Ridiculous.
a big fan. I was actually a big fan of going into the weekend on a fog.deck list. I actually think it's a very good idea to be on something like that. So, in terms of what his list actually is, I even think the way he went about building it is a beauty. The idea of using Reflect to board wipe over and over again, and my favorite match to commentate all weekend had to be Zach Tuffer versus Stephen Wiglet. That was just an amazing match. They got going so fast. Our zero cost regalia is a thing. Jordan and the company, I believe, confirmed that regalia will no longer be printed, and it was an Alice only mechanic.
Ted and Sarah are about to try Taco Bell's new naked chicken chalupa with
I
the
can't
first shell made
100%
entirely
speak
of fried
certainty on
chicken.
that,
What's
but
the worst
since
that
we're
could
almost
happen?
done with
You
Lapis
could
Cluster,
get
I
hooked,
believe
Ted.
we'll be
That's
okay.
what happens when you dance with Taco Bell's Rebel Shell. Brought to you by the Council and not Taco Bell.
Right. Anything else that people would like to discuss before the top table gets set up? Just going to go through and recruit people from the Force of Will page. Make sure that, we're actually going to have watchers. Why did people stop playing the Hook version of Feasting Turbo? I think the biggest issue is it was a little bit of a glass cannon deck. There are a lot of hate cards that can hate that kind of strategy out. The Hook version of it, the current versions of it have a lot more answers to everything than the rest of the versions that have come out before it. And I believe that these newer Hook versions that aren't like super turbo can go longer in the game, which is very, very important. How can Lumia Mono White kill Abdul? That's actually really a weak spot for the deck. That's why we were talking about how Steven probably did not have the best shot against beating Tyler Wilson in the top decks or at the top table, mostly because it doesn't really have a super effective way to do it. Its best way is to tap it down and target attack it, or have a Bedivere target attack it. But it's super hard to get that going. Abdul is very hard for the deck to answer. The other way would be to ramp into a Arthur and then tap down the Arthur so that the Abdul is forced to attack into it. That's really basically the only way the white Lumia deck can kill Abdul. I think that is a weak spot of the deck. Any expectation on what the next step will bring to the meta? Honestly, the meta is so open right now. Feasting will definitely be and will always be the top deck to beat unless some way to stop them, like even through Gale Force and Bow, you definitely can fight through it with Feasting because the card advantage that you gain from having every card in your deck floats in Feasting. So Rook Egg searches, Tama draws when it enters, Scout draws when it dies, Atom Brawling nets you mana, and your Regalia create tokens. Every card is basically free and replaces itself. So Feasting will always be the deck to beat. I think we're going to see a heavy decline in Valentina 2 decks. It just has a really bad Feasting matchup, and you're probably going to lose that 7 out of 10 times. I think the format is going to be very, very aggressive, and with Lumia being a full deck of the format, decks like Mono White, Lumia, Feasting. Those will all definitely be top decks. Altharius will also be there. And because Feasting is popular, I think the White Fox list will do fine. As for what might possibly come out of Realm of the Dragon Emperor, I'm really looking to Black Red Gil Lapis to kind of be a new control deck in the format. I think his value is absolutely insane. And because of that, I honestly think that if there's any support for him, he will totally take over as a powerful control format ruler. No, unfortunately, no Mikage made top 8. I don't know about anything else. I haven't actually gotten the time to look at 9 through 16 yet. I'll be doing a metagame breakdown later in the week with some of the other Brewhouse members, and we will definitely talk about why Mikage did worse than Val and what to expect going forward. Looks like they're just starting to shuffle up now. As soon as they start, we will definitely be doing commentary. We have both streams going up. So if you are watching both streams as well, we will be slightly off time at certain points. But we will definitely be trying to keep up. If you have anything you want to talk about during stream, please keep up with us. We love hearing from you guys. 8 or 7, Angel Lumia. I don't know if an Angel Lumia made top 8. If you're looking for the white Lumia list, the aggro white Lumia list that Steven Wiglet played, he got knocked out by Blandon, unfortunately. It was close matches, but Flame Trap was really hard for Steven to recover from whenever it came down. Before this game starts up, I'm just going to do my little sponsorship spiel. Thank you, James Arteki, for getting this stream set up and having Brewhouse be the ones doing this. We love talking to you guys, and we love seeing you guys here in the chat. Secondly, thank you to Ashley New and Ashley Art Artist. You can see her link below in the Twitch links. She did all of our graphics for today, including our top 8 graphic and our update graphic for yesterday's Brewhouse members. Check out her art page. She's a really good artist. Get some of her mats and products. She will love you, and we will love you too. And lastly, thank you to our sponsor, Barcadia, for getting all of our members our Vingolf 3. He still has multiple cases of it. Check out the link below to go to TCG Player and buy from Barcadia. They have Vingolf ready for you guys to buy still, and they have an extensive singles collection you should check out. Come download the Lackey updates from the Brewhouse webpage. And come stream with us. We stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday competitive with Roger Page. And Tuesday and Thursday, bring your jankiest casual deck for Casual Corner. I think Mikage is still better than Val Priscia, but Val Priscia can play Charlotte easier with the Stone base, which in my opinion is stronger than Stealth Pack. Its current meta plays out. It'll be similar to the last format where Black Control handles Feasting and Feasting handles most of the field. I would not agree that Mikage is stronger, but I would definitely agree that Charlotte is a better finisher and Val can support that mana base better. I also do not agree that I think Feasting handles most of the field. I think there are a lot of viable decks in the field right now. You can get under Feasting. It's not impossible to do. It's hard, but not impossible. And Fox does give Feasting a run for its money in those matches. So I wouldn't say Feasting handles the field incredibly well like it did back then. There are a lot more answers to Feasting now. But I do agree that Black Control has to first and foremost answer Feasting and then deal with the rest of the meta from there. Yes, Fox does beat Feasting pretty well. It's not guaranteed, but thoughts on Mono White Stones and Sylvia as ruler? Mana Dude counter, and Soul to act as Gretel. I don't see the point of running Sylvia, though. Sylvia only gives your Firestones the ability to tap for wind. It wouldn't affect your mono white stone. I would suggest if you're looking for that kind of deck, check out Steven Wiglet's top 8 deck. He's playing Lumia with Soul, and it's very, very powerful. Arla Memoria combo isn't dead. It can still easily win and cheese games out of you. The problem is that a lot of the top decks can answer it while haphazardly answering the rest of the decks in the format. So it's not that it's dead. It's just, it's really hard for the deck to, if you can stop its combo, the deck takes about 3 to 4 turns to recover. And in that time, it doesn't do anything else. It does counter very well in the early game. And if you're not prepared for it, don't think it's dead. If you think it's dead, you will instantly lose to it. That's the issue with the deck. All right, it looks like they're shuffling up now and they're getting ready to present decks. I think we will definitely see less Dark Alice, less Blazer control, more Mikage and Val 3 control, and a lot less Lumia Hook. I think we will definitely go see more Fox and more Feasting and more Mikage and more Val 3. Less Valentina 2, less Lumia Hook. I don't think it's going to shift the meta too much, because then if you start seeing that if you start seeing that the meta is going to shift back to Fox and Feasting, then you can come on Dark Alice and try and wreck those players. It's a very interesting setup for the current meta. It's going to go circular a lot. All right, so it looks like they're starting up now, so we're going to switch back to focusing on the match for commentary. I will answer your questions as it goes as much as we can. Yes, we have all of the Lapis Cluster cards for Lackey, and we will be doing RDE updates as we can. Keep up with the Lackey updates on the Force of Will page and our team page for updates on when James will be dropping his Lackey updates. If there's any issues you find with the Lackey updates, please alert us and we will immediately fix them. All right, so as we know, Bland is on Feasting and Tyler is on Val. So Tyler will lead on Bow into Scorn. And he will take a Gwyn out of Blandon's hand.
Good grab there.
All right, looks like he's going to go in Lave into Rook Egg and Feasting Trigger for the token. And then it'll follow up on Tyler Wilson's turn with Abdul. I don't know how I feel about Abdul being the only answer he has here. It's definitely going to slow Blandon down if he's planning to go into add-on Brawlies in the next few turns. But if his hand is just stacked with cheap creatures that he can go straight into Gribbers with, we might be having an issue here. All right, so he's going to call Stone and get Ruler's Memoria. He's going to play... Blandon will play... He's thinking about it. Let's see. He's going to play his Guinevere. and a second Rook Egg, triggering token. And pass the turn. And they will just tap and pass the turn back. Yes, the meta will most likely spin again in about a month. On the draw, after the tap of the Gwyn, Plotting of Water and Darkness is going to go after Guinevere and kill. I believe it targeted a token with the subtract with the Valentina trigger. So one of those tokens should be dead. There we go. So I wonder what Blandon's going to do to try and recover from here. He's not too far behind, but that Obdul is actually putting a big thorn in his side. I feel like Blandon has to be sitting on Adam Brawley's with the way he's been playing. Discarding the Earther there is interesting. I feel like that's the best way for him to answer this Obdul right now. Unless he's sitting on, like, Bear Magic Brawley. So he's going to energize Tama, which won't do anything. All right, looks like he's going to take it back because the mana was not spent on it yet. Looks like he's going to play another Guinevere. And a third Rook Egg, which will trigger token, and then he's going to immediately cast Gwibber. See, this is a position I feel like is weird for Tyler. Like, he's got a nice control on the game because of the Obdul, but it's not attacking, like, it's not attacking
It's not
Alex
attacking the
Blandon where it
main
needs to be.
threats.
Yeah. Answering that first Gwyn and only letting it have one activation was important, though. Does Tom Brady do takebacks also? That's a good question. All right, looks like tap for stone and pass back for the turn, and on the draw, a Gwyn activation is going to sack a Rook Egg. And Blandon is deciding what to search here. He's going to search another Guinevere. I feel like Tyler needs a removal right now to answer that Guinevere and just take the Gwibber hit. Because these Guineveres are starting to run away with the game for Blandon. And this feels more like the earlier match we saw with Val, where the feasting player just continued to produce threats and Guineveres, and the control player could not answer. All right, it looks like the Gwyn survived through recover. It's going to get into the red zone. Looks like we're going to see a bow activation followed by a bear magic. That'll most likely force the Guinevere. And he's going to shrink the token to a 0 power, 0 attack creature. So Gwibber is down, and that did not get the Gwyn activation. I really want to know what Tyler's on that he's not killing these Guineveres.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's planning to do.
And another Gwibber comes down here. I think Bland is just getting too far ahead for Wilson to lock him out now. That's a pass back to Tyler here. So he does have another dragon covered with Bear Bow. Charlotte's gonna come down. That's... I don't feel like that's the right play here. But if he's got nothing better to do... Right. Gwyn activation, banishing the Rook Egg. I think we're going to see a drag search here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's another Rook Egg.
Another egg.
I think he's just trying to deck thin to find... He's going to discard Bear Magic. So now all his Brawlies are at least active for the turn. I don't see how Wilson honestly recovers from this kind of position. Landon has double Gwyn. Okay, so there's the Bear Bow to kill the Gwibber. And shrink a token. That's going to get an Apollo activation to bounce it back to hand. So now, Alex has now managed to exhaust the best removal that Tyler's shown for these dragons, and will probably just be able to immediately replay multiple dragons here.
Yeah.
So down comes a Rook Egg, followed by tapping all 3 tokens to cast an Apollo comes down first. And then he will tap all 3 tokens to produce Titania, which will immediately be followed by a Gwibber. Now Tyler is in a horrible position here. These Gwyns are going to start eating through those tokens, generating so much card advantage. And he still has the egg to search more threats out, and now he's got double threat on the field. This is going to be really hard for Tyler to crawl back in from. All right, he's going to immediately sack the Guinevere, or sack the egg to Guinevere to go for a... I don't see what he searched there. Did he fail to find? I don't believe I saw a search come out of that. Yeah, I think he must have the drag in hand.
Oh, wow.
Discards another Bear Magic. Gwyn's going to eat away a token now. He's going for drag here.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that board is huge now.
Yeah, we're just waiting on Blandon to discard, and then he'll basically be going for Drake here. He's going to discard Glepner. And down comes a Gwibber and a Drag. That is ridiculous. And there is not a single board wipe in all of Wilson's list.
I don't see how he can get out of this one.
He's at 4,000 at the moment. Yeah, this looks like he would have to chain together. He's at what, 5 stones currently? So he would have 6. So he could have double Plot of Water and Darkness, possibly. Which would kill 2 of the flyers. One would get Apollo'd back. The other one would actually die. And then he could get a Gwyn kill maybe out of it. All right, so he's gonna get Shit Brick. He's gonna play Shade. I don't know what Shade does here though. Does Shade's 10, 20, 30, 40, 48. Shade doesn't save him from lethal.
No.
So I'm really concerned with what Wilson could have here. Wilson needs to remove at least one of these flyers and Shade kill something. See, and not popping the Shade on a Gwyn here is even worse, because now whatever removal he plays is going to get completely nulled by a Gwyn. He's going to get to Apollo back one of the threats that he tries to kill, and then he's going to Gwyn the other threat that he tries to kill. And Alex is just so far ahead, I would scoop if I were Wilson. Without a board wipe in the list, it's going to be impossible to win from here. Bear Magic, Triton.
Yep.
And he's going to read it.
Hello, gentlemen. How we doing? Am I here? And can
Hello, Roger.
Hello.
Yeah. So the problem is I'm on my iPad and my phone, so streaming right now is going to be a bit of a challenge. But I'm going to try to do this because I'm on push to talk. Otherwise, you guys are going to hear like insane things in the background because I'm in the airport. What game are we on? I had to close stream.
We are on game 1, and Alex just played a Triton. Ooh, Wilson's gonna rebound the Triton trigger, kill a token, and make him take control of his own Titania.
Huh.
But I don't
That
see
sounds
how
pretty
he
crazy.
lives. But he's staring down, unfortunately, he's staring down double Gwibber, Titania, and Drag, and he's only got Shade and 1 mana up. So, I mean, the best he can have right now is a Bear Magic, get a block off on one of the flyers, and then Shade like a Guinevere to gain the life so he doesn't die. But then he's in a position of I don't see how he comes back in. Then he still has face down.
Yeah. Yeah, that's precisely what he's doing, too.
Abdul is a bear.
That's a very interesting.
No, he can still attack with Titania because it was still under his control from the start of the turn. It doesn't suddenly give Titania summoning sickness. You cannot gain control of a permanent you already control. He's going to Shade, then Bear. So it's going to kill at least one of the flyers. I don't agree with that. I think he should have Bear and then blocked with the Charlotte and used the Shade to kill a Guinevere. He gained 0 advantage because he could have blocked after bearing.
Yeah.
Oh, he had 2 mana up. Okay, so he can actually bear again. He has the shit brick up. Yeah, I don't think Tyler can muster much of a comeback, but it's definitely something to see. So Titania's going to come into the red zone here. Wilson's going to take. The issue is Blandon just has so many cards in hand right now. Such a better board presence. Just his ability to recover from here is so difficult. So that's going to be a bear and a block. Shrinking one of the other Gwibbers.
Yeah, I don't really see how Tyler comes back here. I feel like the pressure that Blandon has established is going to be too much.
And that's going to get the Apollo activation to bounce the Gwibber back to hand. He's going to get in the red zone with a token. And he's going to pump the token. With Guinevere activation.
And it takes the sure.
I don't think that I'm going to be able to be in here and stream with you guys because I have to go back and forth between Discord and the stream, and also because of all the stuff going on in the airport.
All right, that's okay. We wanted to try. All right, so the token's going to come across for... I think they're trying to figure out if the token's coming across for 4 or 5, because I don't think it was directly declared which token Wilson was shrinking earlier. It's going to get double Gwyn pumped. And it's going to kill Charlotte. Ooh, he's attacking into Charlotte. That's actually quite awesome. So now that the Charlotte is gone, we're in an interesting situation where I think Wilson's his entire idea of how to win this game was banking on slowly curbing these threats, gaining enough cards in hand, and using Charlotte to crack back for more damage. But I don't see that happening. A Brawly's going to come down here and kill the Abdul. And then a Gwibber. I feel like Wilson just needs to scoop and move on to a game 2 so he has time enough to win this match. He almost ran into this same issue in his first game against Feasting. I don't see him recovering. He just needs to scoop and move on. He has 12 flyers to answer and now a 6/8. I don't see it happening. All right, we're gonna attempt to see some plays there, but I don't see how we recover from this position. All right, so he's gonna pass the turn. I'm trying to figure out what he rebounded to. He threw the cards on top of each other, and I couldn't exactly see. So he's going to attempt a space-time Triton here after Triton attempts to get into the red zone, attempting to shrink a Gwibber. Then he's going to do it again, I believe, but it's not going to do much. He's going to take all the hits and go down to 8. And that's going to get followed up by a feasting flip, which is going to get the concession.
Yep.
All right, so now we're going to move on to sideboards. So like always, we don't have the graphics for the sideboards, unfortunately. We didn't plan that out, but we do have them, so we will talk them out with you as they are sideboarding as well. So we always start with the player that lost. So we will start with Tyler Wilson's sideboard on Val 3. All right, so we're going to look at Tyler Wilson's sideboard to start with. So his sideboard is Dark Alice, Double Schrodinger, Unseen Pressure, 2 Encounters with Cthulhu, a Black Moonbeam, 2 Shackles, 3 Heras, a Prison, and 2 Ancient Knowledge. So what do we think? Well, first of all, he's going to take out these prisons, I think. And I believe Encounter with Cthulhu and Unseen Pressure are what come in. Sequencing-wise, you can sequence Unseen or Encounter with Cthulhu to kill a lot of important threats. Is there anything else that you can think of that needs to come in or he can take out for other cards here, Brian?
Go over the list again.
He's got Dark Alice, 2 Schrodingers, an Unseen Pressure, 2 Encounters with Cthulhu, a Black Moonbeam, 2 Shackles, 3 Heras, another Prison, and 2 Ancient Knowledge.
Honestly, I don't. I think you just want the pressures and counters at this point.
I do too. I think it's going to be. I think he's a little underprepared for the feasting matchup, but I also don't think those Gwins again are what ran away with the game. I think he needs to see more unseen scorns, space times, and shades earlier in the match.
Definitely.
All right. To Blandon's sideboard, Blandon has a single Bear Magic, another Flame Trap, 1 Gust, 3 Seals, 2 Gale Force, a Tsukuyomi Noble, a 2 Castling, 2 Hook, and 2 Shackles. Do we think he brings in? Okay, does he bring in the Hook Castling? I think that's a pretty good bet. He brings those in.
Yeah.
But the better question is, does he bring in the Bear Magic and the Seals?
I mean, honestly, I actually think just based on the way, like whether or not it can stop feasting, it does slow it down and doesn't allow a quick kill. So I don't think Seals would be a bad play to bring in. What was the other card you said?
The Bear Magic. He's got one more Bear Magic on the side.
I mean, how many does he have mained? 2 already?
Mains 2. So obviously the Tritons are coming out, and so is the Flame Trap. And I think he can go. I think he's going to take out some of the Tamas too.
Yeah.
I think being on the draw Tama's a little bit better, but still, it's interesting to say the least. I do think in the future, though, it's probably going to be a little more intelligent to bring Mikage Demon Flames instead of Dark Alice Schrodinger. I think
definitely.
I think with the showing that Feasting has had multiple times, I think Feasting is definitely the better deck to be teching against. But I do think Val 3 is the control ruler you want to be on. All right, looks like they're drawing hands. Wilson's gonna mull 2. I don't know how much. Blandon's going to mull 1, 2 as well. Tyler is going to lead on Shitbrick and Bow and pass the turn. And we're going to see Death Scythe and Guinevere come down for Alex. That is a great start, but I think we're going to immediately see Unseen Pressure killing both of the creatures. That is a huge swing for Tyler and exactly what he needs to see on turn 1.
Exactly how he got the momentum against Kentober in the round of 8.
That is exactly the same start he had against Kentober and just wrecked him both game 2 and game 3. Hera killing Death Scythe.
Harris came in.
He did this same thing against Ken. I don't see what I forgot that he did this. He brought in these Harris to try and attack the Regalia to bring the stones in tapped, but also it really does stunt the ability for them to dodge removal if you're taking out their Apollos. And then he's going to play a second bow and pass back. It is not Ruler's Memoria, and Blandon is happy to see that as he flips it with a lot of flair. Right, down comes a Rook Egg. And that's it, just a pass of the turn. I think Alex was really banking on that Gwyn there. Hera's going to get into the red zone, and it's going to provoke a block, which is going to get a bow charge coming off here. That's going to search a Gwyn. And a third bow comes down. This is super lock feeling for Tyler here again. And he's gonna flip the stone again, and it's not rulers again. Alex is really liking this whole flare flip thing. I think he's liking playing without a regalia as much as we are. All right, the Gwyn's gonna come down, followed by yet another Rook Egg. Wow, it feels like Blandon's playing like Rook Egg.deck today, which is gonna get a token trigger. And Space Time is gonna kill the token and the Gwyn. I think that was anticipation to make sure Brawly couldn't come down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Gwyn has to go in the graveyard, Blandon. These continuously answering these Gwyns is exactly what Tyler needs to do. Oh, and Scout's going to come down. Finally, a non-Rook Egg, non-Gwyn thing that he's playing. And Tyler's going to go to his turn and draw. I think Blandon was honestly considering if he should play a Brawly there, but I think that's a little too anorexic of a play. Tyler Wilson playing with looking like a black-green or black-blue stone base where none of the stones are the same. The Hera's going to get into the red zone, and Blandon's just going to take it, bringing him down to 3,000. He's going to remove the graveyard to return the Scythe on his draw and play it, which is going to be perfect because he's going to hit the Ruler's Memoria finally. Right, let's see what Blandon wants to do to try and recover from here. So he's going to start with a Tama off of Ruler's Memoria, which is going to trigger the token. Space-Time Anomaly from Grave is going to kill Rook Egg and the token with the Val trigger. I think this is exactly what Wilson needs to be doing for the rest of the game. Even if a Brawly comes down here, it's not the end of the world. He's going to search a Gwyn off the Rook Egg. Blandon's hand must be really bad for him to really want to bank on these Guinevere's right now.
Mm-hmm.
I really wish we could see hands or have anemic, anorexic. They're both bad. It's an anemic play too. That is very true. Okay, there's the Gwyn into Gwibber. So Blandon's trying to muster some kind of defense here. But I still think Tyler's in a more commanding position. He's at the point where he has a lot of hard removal in like plotting, but that still doesn't mean. And a Rook Egg's going to come down too. So Blandon is definitely prepping a big board here. Are we going to see a Brawly as well? Now, if he can Brawly, if he can Brawly not sacking green though, so he must not have another threat. He's just gonna search another Rook Egg. His hand must be really, really interesting. So Brawly's gonna shoot the Hera for nothing. Blandon's gonna get all of his draw triggers. I'm really shocked he didn't sack the Tama there.
Yeah.
I wonder, he must not have another dragon to play there. We might see him attempt to kill this Hera here. He's really thinking about stacking this Tama to kill this Hera, which is a very interesting play. Looks like at end step, he's going to attempt to kill the Gwyn and the Tama's going to get sacked to kill the Hera. He drew and he's gonna go to recover. Let's see what he can do about these flyers. Oh, a fourth bow.
Wow.
I don't think anything is living through the attack anytime soon. For 4 mana, there comes Charlotte. And his hand is stacked right now. He hasn't wasted many cards. Almost every card he's played has drawn him a card. He's only up on card. And Scorn, shrinking the Brawly. Ooh, there's the hook, too, that could have come down next turn. That was a good timing for it. Tama's gonna come down. I'm still surprised he hasn't used Energize. Like I don't know what he's holding Energize for.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Apollo's gonna come down and get Token Trigger. I think we're gonna see a. No, he doesn't have anything good to sack to Brawly here. Is the issue. You don't want to sack your own Brawly to a Brawly in a control matchup. He's gonna Energize out Hook. That can actually be interesting. Getting hooked here. I thought we were in the clear for Hook, but doesn't look like it. Looks like he top decked a Hook off that Tama. And Blandon's just gonna pass the turn. I probably would have attacked there if Wilson wants to use up 3 of his bow charges to try and take down that quiver. I think you're okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
That Hook definitely changes it. So 2 mana. We're gonna get a standby. So he still has prisons.
Wow.
I really want to know how he sideboarded. This is interesting. Do you think Alhamet's Darkness came out? Well, he still had it in against Ken Tober's the issue. So he's going to get in the red zone with Gwibber. That's going to provoke a bow charge followed by a bear magic. And the Gwibber's going to go to grave. It's not enough to provoke the Apollo.
Hey guys,
Hello.
what's up?
So where do we go from here if we're Blandon? Not bouncing that Gwibber with the Apollo seems interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
Is he looking to bounce the Hook and replay the Hook? Right, there's a Guinevere. And a Rook Egg, which will bring along a token.
I really hope that whatever I'm about to read is going to be actually useful.
Alright, so Blandon's just pondering on his turn. He's got 1 card left in hand. What? I wonder what Blandon is planning here. Right, he's just gonna pass the turn, it looks like. He's gonna go to recover. So now this Hook has basically done nothing. That's the issue, is he didn't muster any kind of offense after he hooked. He's back up to the same number of stones now. And the only difference is now he's down a Gwibber. Like, I feel like it's a huge issue. Two mana, Abdul. Ooh. and a pass of the turn. Gwyn is going to kill the rook egg. We can't tell how many cards are in Wilson's hand. That's an issue right now. We only know how many cards are in Blandon's hand, which we believe to be 1. Now it'll be 3.
Yes, baby. Relax, skinny jeans.
All right. The removal is going to be attempt to be targeted at Gwyn and what is that's weird. I'm trying to figure out what did rebound attempt to do. Did the Gwyn go back to hand, or did the rebound attempt to retarget? That's interesting. Or was that plotting? No, that was plotting. He was entwining it. And that got the Apollo to bounce back the Gwyn. He's going to replay the Guinevere. I believe Blandon only has 2 cards in hand, and I think Wilson is sitting on 5.
Mm-hmm.
If I've been counting the number of cards he's used and drawn correctly, I think he's either on 5 or 6 cards right. So what are Blandon's plays here that could honestly make a difference in the long-term health of the match? Like, he's just going to take the hit from the token. I think Blandon was hoping he would block and possibly get a steal off the Gwyn pump, and then play the Tama post-combat to kill the Abdul. But instead, he'll just get a token trigger. Right, Wilson's going to go to his recover after drawing. Call another stone. He's so far ahead in this match right now. 6 mana. Alhama killing Hook with buyback and killing Tama.
Wow.
So Alhama is even still in. I really want to know how he sideboarded. Did he really only bring in Unseen and take like 1 card out? Does he feel that comfortable with his facing match?
Huh. That's
Right, so it looks like they were resolving triggers and what's going to die when. Iggy's finally ready. Yep, he's going to get in the red zone with Charlotte here. So we're finally going to figure out how many cards he has in hand by this dealing damage, hopefully. All right, so he's going to go from 3,000 to 24. So the Charlotte's actually only a 6/6, right? He only has 3 cards in hand. So we were a little off on card count. Win the token on the draw. And discard a Brawly. Go to recover. He's gonna call a stone. He's got 3 cards in hand, I believe. He's really trying to think about what to do here. He's in a very hard position against Tyler here. He's just gonna hard cast a 5-mana Gwipper. That is an interesting play. He must be hitting on his hand must be full of like add-on brawlies and regalia.
Yeah.
All right, so he's gonna play a regalia and get a token trigger. He might have multiple dragons as well. That could be possible.
Possibly.
All right, he's just gonna pass the turn though. So.
Huh.
And yet another Alhamet's Black Lightning is going to come down with buyback to kill the Gwibber.
Yep. Now he can just loop it.
Token's going to attempt to come across and get a bow charge out of Wilson. Or it's going to attempt to block, sorry. He's going to take 800 this time and go down to 16. He's going to discard Bear Magic here. All right, the Bear Magic means any add-on brawlies are completely live now. And so are Thomas again, at least for a turn. If he can get an add-on Brawly trigger off of red and kill that Abdul, it might allow him to unlock the game a little. But not much.
No. Not a whole lot.
There's so many bows down, it's going to be really hard to continuously block too. Looks like he's going to horn his graveyard here. After kind of hand-picking what cards he wants to go back with Death Scythe. I think he just put a bunch of threats back in his deck and took out some of the low-cost cards that aren't going to be very good into Abdul here. I'm surprised he put that Bear Magic back in his deck, though. So if you're Blandon here, what is the benefit of horning there? Like, okay, so he's going to cast a Titania off tapping add-on Brawly, but it seems like the Bear Magic is a lot more important than putting those threats back in your deck.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure what he was. I think he's going to. Hmm.
All right, but it just
I think it's looking more and more
Another
like a
all-
scoop.
another Alhamat killing Titania and the token.
I think he's got a scoop here. I don't think there's much he can do now.
If I was Blandon, I would scoop here as well. This Charlotte's gonna knock him down to 6 here, and then the Abdul can come in and finish it off. And with 4 active bows here, it's gonna be really hard. He's gonna and there's the concession.
Yep. So game 3.
See, that's the kind of game that Tyler wants every single time.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I really think this comes down to those. If you can turn 1 unseen pressure and turn 2 space-time anomaly and just remove every single thing he puts early, I think that makes or breaks Tyler's game.
Even if 1 or 2 things survive and an add-on Brawly comes down, he just needs to be able. He just can't let a Gwyn live. That's it.
So is this game 3?
Cannot survive. Yes, this is going into game 3.
All right. Sorry, I just jumped in.
A Gwyn just cannot survive. Like, we saw the entire game. The Gwyn did not go active until about turn 5 or 6, and that's when it matters. Is at that point, Blandon has exhausted so many resources trying to continuously put down threats that it's really hard for him to even come back with an active Gwyn. It's those early Gwyns that are backbreaking for Tyler, because it makes all his early game removal useless. Right, I want to go back to referencing the sideboard, because how Tyler seems to have sideboarded is literally bringing in the unseen pressure, and that's basically it. I'm assuming the Black Moonbeam came out, but we didn't see, and Hera's. He brings in Hera's, which is an odd choice. He obviously doesn't bring in the encounters, but he leaves the prisons and the Alhamats in. So I think the rebounds come out, and we also don't. Did we see Shade at all in those games against Kentober?
I don't know. Actually,
I think we saw it game 3. It's really interesting how Tyler has chosen to sideboard here. I understand where he's trying to attack the deck on, and I like it a little bit better than our sideboard plan, because I think he's just trying to make his removal count for as much as possible, since he's already getting free removal off of Valentina.
Mm-hmm.
So things like attacking the Apollos before playing a removal seems really important.
Definitely.
All right, it looks like they're just taking a quick little break. Let's see. Let's see if they have any updates on the backup match, if that finished or not yet. These games are going slightly longer, so maybe the other ones finish a little bit faster. It does not look like there are any updates. All right, it looks like they're back. Bearstone incoming. That would be a win. That would definitely be something Blandon might do. I would not put it past Blandon. Although, unfortunately, his stone deck is in a different color, so that's a bust for happening.
He has one Bear Magic inside, doesn't he? Maybe that one's in the stone deck sleeve.
That's possible. Hello, Size Matters. Glad to see people coming in on the stream still. They're in game 3 after a commanding game won by Alex and then a super commanding 4-bow game by Tyler Wilson. I think that's what really defined it there, is Blandon just couldn't get an effective attack in.
Definitely. That was very oppressive.
Yes, that it was.
4 bows.
Yup. Hariel, basically any deck can win the meta right now. It's completely possible, although Feasting seems to be doing a lot better of a job. Still looking for feedback from people. If you really did enjoy having Brewhouse do commentary, just tell us, because we will try and set it up with everybody coming up into the next GPs to see if we can always be doing this. We will talk to Rob and Steph about maybe having a better setup for them with a backup table and getting a little bit more information for our Brewhouse members who are doing the commentary. I will not be doing the commentary for the next GP, which will be Cali. I will be playing in Montreal, unfortunately. But I hope you guys all still tune in to see whoever is on stream, because we will be doing this again next time. Yes, we were all hoping that Zach Tufford would crack the top 8 with that Turbo Fog deck. It was hilarious. All right, it looks like the turn 1 play is going to be Regalia, Gwyn, Token, and it's going to get met by an unseen pressure off Energize.
Always.
That hard mull for the unseen pressure is so important. It's just such a feels bad moment. And he's going to follow it up with another Gwyn, though. Which is going to be followed by Rook Egg and Token Trigger and a pass. And Unseen again!
Oh my lord. He only has 2 in the deck.
Yeah! Blandon is such on tilt.
Oh.
He's just... I would be super salty if I were Blandon, because you even know the deck list.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And let's see, what 2-mana spell is coming down? And Abdul.
He is just...
I think...
Tyler's gonna shut him down at this rate.
Yeah, geez, this is another brutally commanding match by Tyler here. Tama's going to come down and do absolutely nothing. Hario, we will try and find out if we can get some interviews with judges. That may be a possibility. I do not know. I'm going to talk to Roger about things like this in the future. He is currently getting on an airplane, so I can't talk to him now. I find Turbo Gribber really boring to play or play against. I hope Dial 3 takes the match. I'm actually such a fan of Turbo Gribber. I think it's actually a really intricate match to play against. And yes, rogue decks are fun. Okay, Tama's going to sack itself to kill the Rook Egg to grab another Guinevere. All right, so at least this Gwyn's going to get one activation. Because good thing Tyler is tapped out, and we can't have some magical third unseen pressure. But I think Bland would actually be happy to see third unseen pressure because they need to call a judge. Illegal deck. And then a Tom is gonna, or another Rook Egg's gonna come down after that. So you're going to see a tap for a stone and a pass here. You may see an attack with Abdul. Yep, Abdul's gonna come into the red zone. He's just gonna take it. Then you're gonna see a pass back. He's gonna wait for the Tyler's gonna wait for the Gwyn activation before he does anything. Ooh, Scorn killed the token. All right, so okay, we're a little ahead, so we will try and slow down a little. We're actually commentating directly off of the US stream, which is why we're a little ahead. So we will try and slow down just a little. So the Scorn is going to catch a Titania. And it's going to be followed up with a Shade. Gwyn on the draw is going to sack the Rook Egg, which is going to provoke the Shade to pop itself and blow up the Guinevere. He's scoring Titania out of the hand. Going to cut the deck in response to the Rook Egg search, and the Gwyn's going to get the draw. I'm really liking Shade. It's really given me a new look on that card.
Yeah, it's been making some strong plays.
Any recurable removal or reusable removal in this game right now is really powerful. All right, so Scythe is going to get the sweep on the graveyard to return to hand. It's going to remove 2 Tamas and a Titania. And looks like we're going to see a Guinevere get cast here. The Scythe is going to come down. We're going to get a token trigger and a Gwibber. Strong turn for Blandon. I would still say Tyler is leagues ahead. So let's see. Where does Tyler want to go from here? He's going to swing in with Abdul. Which may mean something like a bear in hand. And down comes another Shade. I'm really liking Shade this weekend. Shade actually only returns itself from graveyard. That's the whole point of its ability. All right, so the token is going to get the Gwyn activation. Why didn't we see a shoot down of the Gwyn with the Shade? That's interesting. That might mean he's sitting on a bear magic that he's going to use the Shade to kill the Gwibber with. Oh, there it goes. So that's 3 Guinevere's down for Blandon, correct? Turn 1, turn 2, that's 3 Guinevere's down. So he still has 1 more in the deck. But I think Tyler is to the position again where Blandon needs to have some really good top decks. And there's the discard on Adam Brawley. Yes. Shade is actually a really good card. I wish it returned to field, but it does, like return to the field tapped or something, but it doesn't, unfortunately. But that would probably make it a broken card. All right, so the Gwibber's going to come into the red zone. Really, Tyler can take this, and he doesn't even go below 4,000. That's the, like, this Shade is putting in so much work, even. Like, now he's back down to 4,000, and Blandon's sitting at 28. The control deck is actually winning the damage race because of this Shade. Ooh, hook.
Yep.
That changes a lot. Oh, but the Abdul's on the field. I think Blandon forgot about Abdul. Yup, Blandon completely forgot Abdul was there, so the hook does absolutely nothing. Blandon is so on tilt right now. Yup, and it just goes back to Wilson.
Unless he didn't forget, but
No, by the way, he started to begin to target stones, and Wilson gestured toward the Abdul. Bear the hook on the draw, shrink the Gwibber. Yeah, by the way Blandon is gesturing, he completely forgot about it. Oh yeah, that misplay is probably going to cost him the game. And then he's going to also bear the Gwibber shrink the hook, which is now a bear. So the Gwibber is going to be a 4-4 bear, and the hook is going to be a 3-4 bear. Lapis Darkstorm shrinking the Gwibber. And then Magic Rebound. Magic Rebound the Val target trigger to the hook, killing the hook.
wow.
And then Abdul is going to kill the Gwibber.
Yep.
Did Blandon remember to resolve? Oh no, he had to discard his entire hand. He only had 2 cards left. Oof. Blandon's just going to flip Feasting and pass. I think Blandon is playing on tilt right now. He should be on team tilt. Oh wait, that's right, he left. Oh, the shade. Literally, shade.
Shade.
Yeah, Blandon keeps waving his hands around and talking a bunch. I think, yeah, he did not remember that Abdul canceled the hook's enter. He thought he had it. The way he flicks down that hook, thinking that he could get him on it, but didn't work. So what does Tyler do from here? Blandon is on 1 card in hand. He's going to attack with Abdul. Blandon's just going to take. Yeah, now you can throw 2 types of shades while you're playing a dark control deck. Right, he's tapping some mana. I wonder what he's going to do with it. Space-time anomaly. Feasting. Space-time anomaly, feasting. Double tapping the regalia. I still think feasting survives through that. I'm wondering about the sequencing here. Should feasting not survive through that? Or did Blandon sequence them wrong? No, Blandon would have to tap them. Blandon would have to tap them both in response to save her, and I think I don't know. That's weird. Right, Tama's gonna kill the Abdul when it comes down. Because he did that on Alex Blandon's turn. Which means the Abdul was only a 2/2. It's gonna get, and then he's gonna play an Apollo and get a token trigger. So his entire field is 1 token. Ah, there. That's what happened. He tapped them both in response to the first one, and Tyler Chase space time. Yeah, it looks like Blandon is heavily on tilt and is just misplaying left and right now. It's going to Apollo the token in response to the Hera. Just so that he can't get the draw. And he's going to concede. Tyler Wilson is
Wow.
your GP Atlanta champion. Blandon is overly tilted.
Definitely.
That was a great game for both players, and I'm overly excited to have gotten to watch all these amazing top 8 matches all day. Yes, Blandon is bridesmaided again. Runner up forever and always. All right. Since there is no 1K today, I believe they are done with the stream. So after this is over, they'll be shutting down their stream. So we will also be shutting down ours. Yesterday's replay is still up on Twitch. You can totally go and check that out. We will be putting it on YouTube. Gonna do my shout outs one last time before we're done. James, we're giving you a shout out for setting this up today and even having this be completely possible. Thank you for doing this. Gonna shout out to Ashy New and our artist, Ashley. Check her out in the links below. She did all of our graphics for today and set up this beautiful display for us. Collection as well. Check us out weekly. We stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday with Roger Page, competitive streaming, and casual corners. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, bring your jankiest decks. Check out the YouTube page coming up. We have plenty of content. And thank you all for checking out our stream. I'm Taylor, and I'm here with Ryan.
Yep.
And it's been a lovely time hanging out with you guys. And we can't wait to see you again. We will be doing commentary on more streams coming up. Thank you. And that's Brewhouse signing off for the day.